is on. We're ready to go.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The January 22nd meeting of the Palm Springs Planning Commission is now in session. Thanks for bearing with us while we resolve some audio problems. Mr. Evans, report of agendas posting, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The agenda was posted last Friday in accordance with state and local procedures. That completes our report.
Good. We have the minutes for the December 17th meeting. Are there any additions or corrections? Motion?
Move approval.
Motion by Ms. Moran, second by Mr. Grinch. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
could I get the motion and second?
That would be Ms. Morantz and second by Mr. Grinch.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to abstain because I did not attend that meeting.
Very good. Thanks for the clarification, Mr. Matthews. Glad to have you here today. Next item is public comments. Anybody wishing to address the commission on planning issues in the city of Palm Springs may come forward and do so at this time. It would be our preference that if you're here on an agended item, that you withhold your comments until the item is called. If you prefer, however, you may speak at this time. Seeing none, we'll close the public comments. Public hearing items are scheduled for 2 o'clock. Let's move down on the agenda. We do have the consent agenda. We haven't used the consent agenda in quite some time. Just to refresh recollection of commissioners, these are items which we will not normally have full oral reports by staff. The written reports will suffice. If there is an item that you wish removed from the consent agenda for a more complete report or for questions, we'll inquire and we will do so. So let me just ask, are there any items which any of the commissioners would like removed from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Number
please.
9, I would like to hear a full report.
All right. Ms. Conrad,
On number 9, Mr. Chairman, I have to abstain on that matter
okay.
due to a conflict.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair,
and this is an appropriate time to announce abstentions as well.
I will be abstaining on that item as well.
Okay. Then as to number 10, the chair would entertain a motion to address that item.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move approval of consent agenda item number 10.
Motion by Mr. Matthews. Is there a second with regard to number 10?
Second.
Second by Mr. Grinch. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let's go back to number 9 then. Ms. Conrad, perhaps you could make your inquiry, whether you want a full report or whether you have some specific questions, and if so, just go forward.
Doug, I guess I would like an update on the progress of this project and why the extension is necessary.
The applicant and the city redevelopment agency and the city have been negotiating a disposition development agreement having to do with this particular project. The disposition development agreement has been approved. There is now a timeshare owner-operator coming on board. They're in the due diligence stage of the project, which means they're determining whether or not they're going to invest. It's an approximate $80 million project, so they're being very careful. One of the items that they found and discovered in their due diligence was that the permits for the project would expire in May of this year. Obviously, for that type of investment, they felt that that was too much of a risk to wait until May or to wait until just before May and ask for a time extension. Since the disposition development agreement states that the planned development district, which is the development permit, technically will not expire until the disposition development agreement does. Technically, only the map needs the expiration dealt with in a time extension, so that all of the attorneys, and there's lots of them, are comfortable. We felt that we would just come in and recommend that the planned development district and the tentative map be extended to the same time frame that the disposition development agreement is, so that all three items track concurrently, and there's a performance schedule in the disposition development agreement that they have to be under construction in that time frame, which means their final plan development district we need to start looking at probably this summer to fall. Alex just indicated that to track it truly with the disposition development agreement, it would be January 20th, January 30th, year 2005. And that's pretty close to the date that I think we have in the staff report. We do recommend approval of it. It's a large project. We've been working very hard. And, you know, to not have the time extension would be a challenge for the project. The expectation of close of due diligence and the acquisition process of the project is by the end of the month.
Just like any further questions or comments?
This project precedes my tenure on the commission, and I did vote to allow the change to a timeshare, but I think that this is just too big of a box, and it's not the right project for the site, and so with respect to the commissioners that preceded me, I know a lot of work has gone into it, but it's a reason for my query.
Other comments? Motions?
Mr. Chairman, I'd move approval of item number 9.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Matthews, second by Mr. Caffrey. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
We have motion carries 3-2 with 2 abstentions.
Mr. Chairman, we need to know the other no vote. I think it was Commissioner
Mr.
Schoenberger.
Grinch.
Grinch? Okay,
I had abstained.
that's right, okay.
Let's move then to architectural approval item number 11. Case 3.2282, application by Frank Burgess for major architectural approval to construct 4 warehouses at 3591, 3585 Del Sol, and 3560, 3540 Onza Road. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, on behalf of the applicant Frank Burgess, I'd like to request major architectural approval for 4 warehouses. Their location is 3591, 3585 Del Sol, and 3560 and 3540 Onza Road. This is the project. They're located on 4 contiguous lots of record. They're interior lots, not corner properties, and the total acreage is 1.2 acres. They're each 5,000 square feet. They include 4,000 square feet of warehousing with approximately 1,000 square feet of an office space. The purpose would be general contracting type space. And the possibility of eventual sale because of the 4 distinct lots of record. If you're not familiar with the particular location, Radio Road is located to the north, and we have Onza to the west, Del Sol here on the east, and it actually curves around, and Del Sol is also on the south, not adjacent to the property on the south, but further south. Adjacent projects include an electric shop to the north, a recycling yard to the east, a body shop to the south, and an automobile repair shop to the west. It's all an M1 zoning designation, and the surrounding properties are also an M1 zoning designation. So they're not adjacent to any residential properties. Let's see. Basically, the project conforms with, it's a right by zone, of course, and it conforms with all the standards for the zoning ordinance. The height is 25 feet, as far as a statistic that you might be interested in, which is in compliance. They comply with setback. It's been reviewed by the Design Review Committee. There's, the architect has redrawn the plans at the recommendation of the committee. So, if you'd like further information in regards to that, I'm more than willing to go over some of the design review. But on my behalf, I'll speak for the applicant. He's corrected the things that the design review committee asked. Do you have any further questions or any questions for me?
Any questions of staff?
Yes.
Mr. Caffrey?
Would you point out what was done to dress up the metal building?
Yes, I will. Just get the design review committee recommended on December 23rd that the applicant make a bigger column at the corner, which he did, to proportion these other columns. He had a different kind of proportion there, and so he reproportioned that particular part of the column. The gates, they wanted black iron. The signs, which will be part of the project, will be bulkier than he had originally drawn there. Actually, I don't know if the signs are on here, but then, the lights were to be, these were a diamond type shape. They wanted them to be a cylinder, so they would conform with some of the architectural detail here instead of not really fitting with the rest of the project. A landscaping issue was to increase parking lot shading, which the landscape architect did. Let's see. The lights were to match the building color also. Instead of being, they had them at a different color, more contrasting color.
Thank you.
And that's about it. Okay?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Hilberger.
these are intended to be metal buildings, I take it.
These are metal buildings.
Yeah, well, the problem is that, and I guess I would address this to Doug. Geez. Are we not departing from our usual requirements with respect to metal buildings? I really don't see much here that does anything to dress up the metal appearance of the buildings.
This application has been to design review on more than one occasion. It started as a much simpler metal building with a parapet around it so you didn't see the sloped or shed roof element of the actual base building. Design review has a philosophical belief that there's nothing wrong with metal buildings, which I don't think that the commission disagrees with that. We raised the question with design review as to whether or not this was substantial enough redesign to be consistent with what's going on in the neighborhood, where in most cases the entire street facade is architecturally enhanced as opposed to just the first level or the lower level roughly along the window band. Design review felt that with the columns that are in the blue-gray and the fact that the windows that are fairly narrow verticals are in a bay-type condition where they're arching out, that they felt that on the ground plane there was enough activity and that wraps around the building onto the parking side, that it was strong enough that you had a strong enough feel there. They really felt that trying to square off the roof was really forcing it. Even though it could be done, it was what the applicant originally recommended. Staff asked the same questions. I questioned design review, at each meeting, as I recall, and asked them if they were comfortable. And, I've talked to the applicant about it, so the applicant's not going to be surprised by comments from the commission today. If you take a look at the neighborhood, which I know all of you have, the newer buildings, and we've got some just starting construction, for the most part, the street facades, they've reduced or eliminated most of the metal that you would see until you hit the returns on the sides. And then we've got some tilt-up type building and other types of construction. The applicant is very firm on his belief about metal buildings and the fact that there's a place in the marketplace. And I know the applicant has taken pictures on all over town, including on Gene Autry Trail, some of the aircraft facilities along Gene Autry, and we've talked to the applicant about the difference between industrial buildings and what we're trying to do, and aircraft hangars and air museums and things of that nature that have a tie to aviation. And certainly metal buildings are pretty consistently used in aircraft settings because of the size and bulk of buildings that you need to use. I hope that answers the question. I know the applicant and his designer are here today.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Caffrey.
Well, here we go again, Doug. The last time we looked at one very similar to this in the same area, we approved it, and then we got phone calls. So, apparently we don't have a clear direction on what our policy is on metal buildings. If we keep getting them coming like this, and then we have unhappy council members.
Well, and I think that, the commission, technically establishes the design direction for the community with, its approvals of architectural items. We do have in our work program to develop a policy for metal buildings. I've reported to the commission that we're looking at doing that. We haven't crafted it, and this one came online before we could get it done anyway, and it wouldn't be fair to write a policy right in front of a project. The commission design review is advisory to you, and I know that the council has asked that you be consistent in how you deal with property owners. And the last project, it was referred back to the Planning Commission. It was redesigned. They took away some of the harshness of that building, built a little bit of three-dimensional depth, but on the street frontage was all a plaster element except for the door.
Well, that's kind of my point.
I'd just like to comment, these types of questions have been placed before the council, at council cabinet, I think half a year ago, and the response pretty uniformly is that the commission should call it the way you feel is best and make your decisions or recommendations to council, as the case may be. And if council disagrees, then they will, it's their prerogative to take whatever step that they feel is appropriate at that point, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Ms. Conrad.
I was the planning commissioner at the December meetings when this was presented to design review, and I don't remember the stone that's being displayed here on the materials board. Where is that to go? Yeah, I don't believe there was any stone. It was all stucco.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, too bad. And I think this is the third iteration of it that I've seen. It's getting a lot better. It did have a lot more things strung around it, little decorative items that were really distractions, and I think it's much improved. And Design Review does have a philosophic bent that they think a metal building left to be what it is without dressing it up has an elegance, and that is their aesthetic. And there's clearly a difference between that aesthetic and a lot of the feeling in the community about what is appropriate. I think this building has a bit of a setback. It's in a place where it doesn't have a lot of high visibility, and with that, I will move approval of case 3.2282.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion. Where are we here? By Ms. Conrad, second by Mr. Grinch. Anything further?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment.
Yes, Mr. Caffrey.
I'm going to vote for this motion because I voted for the last motion. And I would just encourage staff to forward a note up to the city council on this item so they can do whatever they want with it. And until we get the ordinance changed, because the ordinance allows metal buildings, so I'm gonna go by that.
Ms. Schelberger?
Yeah, just a comment. This, what we're seeing here has less dressing up, so to speak, than the, I think, just looking at it, than the project we had before us last time. We obviously have a problem here in trying to reconcile the Planning Commission, in trying to reconcile the aesthetic preference of the design review and what has been the policy of the council. And I see Mr. Mills in the audience, and I know he has strong feelings on metal buildings. And to me, this one doesn't do much to disguise the fact that this is a metal building. And consistently, I think the council has followed that standard, at least to a degree, maybe not quite as far as some of the people on the council would prefer, but so we're kind of caught in the middle here. Given the area where this building's located, and what has been done to architecturally enhance the building, I think this is kind of a borderline situation, but it doesn't offend me. And but I recognize that we've got this conflict, and it puts us all in a tough position. So I think we ought to pursue this in our work program, and try to develop some consistent policy that the commission feels comfortable with, which I think we're still struggling for.
Anything further? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Okay,
My name is Frank Burgess. I'm the project on this, and I just want to say thank you very much. And I recognize that there may be a council member or two that's opposing things, but I've looked in your ordinances and resolutions, and I cannot
Mr. Burgess,
find...
Mr. Burgess,
I'm
we
sorry.
thank you as approved, and we don't have any further comments on it.
That's okay.
We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Because of some scheduling items, we're going to continue on with one other architectural item before we go to public hearings, and that's item number 12, case 3.2293, the application by Richard Hansen for a major architectural approval to build self-storage and RV storage facility located at 1000 South Gene Autry Trail. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, if I could open on the staff report. Okay. This is a site that is zoned M1. That's one of our industrial zones. One of the uses that's allowed by right of zone is storage and warehousing, mini storage included. Traditionally, the staff has encouraged applicants to look at less high-profile locations for this type of land use. In fact, we've talked several applicants into moving off of major and secondary thoroughfares. This site is located on a major thoroughfare. It's also located on a secondary thoroughfare, Gene Autry and Mesquite Avenue. What We have also told the applicants it's allowable by right of zone use, so we can't tell you you can't do it. And then it comes down to architectural design and strength of architecture. So after we talk about the land use issue with applicants, we then talk about it better be a very, very strong building statement, very strong landscape statement, so that it fits and it really commands a presence on one of our key intersections, and certainly in the future, this is going to be a much more prominent location. After discussing those types of things with multiple applicants on this site, I've probably had a series of 3 to 5 over the years. The current applicant took up the challenge and said, I will design a project that's very strong, that you would be proud to have on any street. And, I think they've met the test through the design review process, and as always, the Planning Commission is the final determining entity on that. And with that, Gabriel Diaz will give you an overview of the project. This did pass design review. They had a couple of minor changes, and, most of those really have been resolved and will be resolved in the working drawing stages. With that, Gabriel Diaz will give you an overview.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Planning Commission. We have a self-storage facility on the southeast corner of Mesquite and Gene Autry. We do have, there is room for RV, air-conditioned spaces in this facility. Here are some of the materials being used, block, color, and aluminum. There is this waterfall feature that the applicant does want. Right now, we don't have a detail. That's part of our condition to submit a detail, and design review will review it at that time. Other than that, parking is sufficient for the site, and there are no other issues.
Gabriel, could you go over the elevations and point out which are the Gene Autry elevations as well as the Mesquite Avenue elevation?
This is a Mesquite Avenue elevation right here. This is a western elevation on Gene Autry.
What's that curve thing?
It's south partial entrance. Yeah, it's an entrance.
We need to use the microphones.
I'm asking what this curved structure is.
It's part of the entrance.
Yeah, but I wonder if you'd describe what this feature is. It looks like it's repeated all along. It's described here as perforated metal. Is that this portion here, and what are the dimensions of that? How visible will that be? And also, if you'd comment on the height of the RV storage and how visible that will be from the intersection as you're driving west on Mesquite.
Well, this is just an architecture feature that projects into the setback a little bit. It is that perforated metal. And as far as seeing, it's the inside storage will not, you see, this is what you see from the outside, so you can't see in the interior.
Mr. Chairman, all of the, unless I'm going to be corrected by the applicant, I'm sure, all of the RV storage is inside buildings. This is a completely structured storage facility. So what you're seeing in the top elevation is in the tan color are basically all of the building units. So you have RV storage around the perimeter. or storage units around the perimeter, so you're going to see basically a building with a combination of materials. And then on the inside, the two rectangular polygons, those are also storage buildings. And as you see, the architecture kind of in the middle of the drawings, that shows you what the buildings are, the third row of buildings down.
Hey, Mr. Evans, I understood that they were interior. I was just concerned what the height of the RV storage, whether that was any taller than the storage that's on the perimeter, and whether it would
Gabriel,
be
could you go over the
viewable.
building height on the perimeters as well as the interior?
We have a building height of, says 18 feet here, and we have 16.6 here. The elevations do not, from the elevations, you cannot see what's on the other side. So there's basically a wall all the way around, and it's, he dresses it up architecturally so that way this is all you see from the outside. On the inside, you just keep it confined. Here, there will be RV spaces in here, and they will be air conditioned enclosed.
But the height of the RV will not be any higher than the perimeter wall.
No, because the RV is going to go inside the building, so it's going to be fully enclosed.
Yeah,
You
no, I
also-
understood the RV itself wouldn't be visible. I just wanted to make sure the structure that housed the RVs would not be visible.
It's my belief that in reviewing the plan, the only places you would even see the buildings on the inside, after you circle the perimeter, would be through the entryway, off of Mesquite, and then the secondary emergency access off of Gene Autry. Those would be gated and fenced. So I think when you take a look at the mass and scale of the perimeter buildings and then just those limited windows, you're not going to see much of what's behind. What they've done is they've architecturally enhanced. And Gabriel, if you could show the drawings, point to the drawings third line down. That's the type of building that you're going to have on the inside. So even if you saw that on kind of a peekaboo basis, what you're going to see is basically a roof line that has compatible materials. I'm not sure you'd even pick it up as a separate building, unless you really knew what the project looked like. It'd just be, in the three-dimensional, it would be set back and become part of the background. I think we're reasonably comfortable that what you're going to see is really the elevations that are colored along the streets. The longest elevation is on Mesquite Avenue. The shorter elevation is on Gene Autry. And I think a combination of materials, shapes and forms, really gives it a good feel. They've used some architectural elements that are in the tan color that have good shapes and forms. They radius out from the building, so you're going to get a breakup of the linear nature of the building. The landscape plan, which is in the upper right, their intent is to have a very strong landscape statement, a fairly rigid landscape statement, so it's a bit more formal. And in the final development plan, we're going to try to get a little bit more shrub massing up against the building. And those were the key issues that I think Design Review looked at as they looked at this particular project.
Very good. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to address us on this matter? This might be an appropriate time to come forward, please. Give us your name, sign the clipboard before you leave.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners. My name is Chris Mills. I'm the architect on the project. Just to answer some of the questions that came up, the perforated metal in the front is curved, and the reason for it is not only to give the project depth, but also along the two streets are the RV storages. They are air-conditioned, and the air-conditioning unit is a wall-type unit, and the screen screens the wall unit. And the reason to do that rather than rooftop was to keep the streetscape, the height along the streetscape down, and not have to put the equipment up on the roof, was what you would ordinarily see. This building is a metal building. It does have metal on it. It does have metal on the street. And please don't distinguish the fact that just because it's a metal building, it's assumed to be bad. That's not true. It's just really how you use the metal and how it's done. But what we have done here is to try to take a long building, break it up so to break it up to avoid the length appearance and also to give it depth, which also helps avoid which also helps avoid a long condition, helps to break it up. And we did the depth not only with the architecture but with the colors too, as you can see in the colored elevation. There are subtle differences in the X bracing as well as the back walls, which again is an intent to give it depth. And as Doug mentioned, you do not see any of the interior from the street side. The gates are high enough. I think they're 10 feet high to where they really would block anything out that you would see behind it. The units along the street that go around the project are higher than the interior units. So the gate is the height of the interior units, again, so you wouldn't see anything from the street.
Good.
And there was a condition of approval that I would like to have the Planning Commission address. It's a very minor one, but it's number 31 under engineering, which requires a stop sign at the driveway. And I feel that's unwarranted. And it's not a normal condition to have a stop sign at a driveway. So I would respectfully ask that one would be deleted if you see fit. Other than that, we've reviewed everything and everything's fine. And if there's any additional questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any questions, Mr. Mills, while he's at the podium? Yes, Ms. Morantz?
Mr. Mills, can you or someone show me where the corrugated metal is? I see it on the pallet. And
It's-
is that part of the roof structure, or is that,
It's from the, on the streetscape, from the top of the, it's in shadow in the drawing. Yeah, that's right. It's on the roof of the arch, and it's also in shadow in the drawing, just underneath the perforated metal.
Yeah, it's behind this element, which is here. This is this element, and it actually, reads as a radius up, and then the perforated metal is back in here, and then the building wall, which is from here down, is a masonry block. So you're basically seeing an element of metal here, the block, and then you've got the screen here, perforated screen here that goes along, and then you'd also have, in this case, the corrugated metal along there.
thank you.
What is this material along here?
That's perforated metal shade, which is basically this material, item A. Instead of it being a canopy coming down, it's an architectural element that radius is up.
And Doug, I was in the design review on this one. You might want to point out the glass block wall and the back, the backlit condition there.
On the corner.
Third one up.
Be in this area, and it shows up in
The right side.
this particular detail here.
What it is, it's about an 18-foot high glass block wall of solid solid glass block that is backlit at the corner to give a softness to that corner. It really gives some interest to it. With the waterfall feature in front of that, we think it'll be a really a nice way of handling a very important corner in the city.
What color's the lights going to be?
It can be any
Mr.
color you
Grants,
want.
did you have a follow-up question?
Well, I would like to compliment Mr. Mills on a real creative idea here so that it doesn't look like a storage facility. And this, I guess, to Doug, would I be premature in asking about signage? We're talking about a lot of building, backlit glass block. How do you identify it as a storage building? Most of the storage places in town have been bought up by one or two firms with big red, white, and blue letters. After all this work, is there a thought right now of how it's going to be identified as storage on that corner?
We're showing a monument sign at the entry. And we actually feel at this time that the building will be enough of a statement on its own, and that the monument sign at the entry should be sufficient. However, we reserve the right to come back and maybe address that later.
Okay.
But if we did, it would be a monument sign then at the corner, somewhere engulfed in the fountain, in the waterfall.
Like backlit fluorescent coming through the glass blocks, Chris?
That's what we're thinking.
9 feet high, right? Mr. Schoenberger?
One more question, Doug. Can you point out where the entrances are?
Yes, the main entryway is off of Mesquite Avenue, which is here. So you'd have the gate in this location, you'd have your customer parking outside the gate. Obviously, anybody that has a space comes right through the gate. This is intended to be a secondary access for emergency purposes only. So essentially, all the activity comes off of this drive, and there is a median. So this, is the type of facility you just don't drive around looking for and say, let's go to the storage. So once people get used to this, it's going to be a fairly simple ingress and egress program off of Mesquite.
Can you show us where the stop sign
Yeah,
is?
I was going to ask, where's the stop sign that he
I
wants?
believe the city engineer was asking for a stop sign right in here.
For exit?
For
And
exiting.
we would agree to delete that condition. It's not that important.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Go
I
ahead.
have a question, just kind of a follow-up on that to engineering. This is close to the proposed redesign along Mesquite and that turn lane going on to Vela without stop sign. Was that the reason why you wanted the stop sign, or does entry and access through this entry in any way conflict with the traffic that you expect to be taking that lane?
No, it doesn't conflict with that at all. It's just a standard condition we place to have them make sure they put stop signs where they're accessing and exiting a project site. But because it only has 8 parking spaces and it's a really small use, we don't expect a lot of traffic to be exiting there. And it's pretty far from the intersection.
Very good. Any further comments, questions, motion?
I'd go ahead.
I was going to make a motion.
Oh.
If we're, are we
I was
ready?
going to go ahead and do the same.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move approval of
Got to speak quickly, John.
case
here.
3.2293 with 2 changes. I would delete condition 31, and I would add to condition 10 regarding signs that we specifically prohibit rooftop advertising.
I'll
He's
second that.
first.
Motion by Mr. Matthews, second by Ms. Morantz, and John, you're just going to have to
Oh,
pitch right in there if you want
ladies
to
first.
have a word
I
here.
don't have any problem.
Any further comment? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with us. We're past 2 o'clock. We'll go back to our public hearings. First one is number 2, case 5.0916, application by Matthew Dragicevich, Charitable Remainder Trust, for a general plan amendment and change of zone to redesignate 5.11 acres of land located at 4155 Matthew Drive from M15 Medium Density Residential to GC General Commercial and C Conservation, and to rezone from R2 Multifamily Residential to R1AH Single Family Residential to CM Commercial Manufacturing and O20 Open Land. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, I have a conflict on that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Schoenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an item that was continued from the January 8th, 2003 Planning Commission meeting. We're hoping to get some action out of this today. Since that meeting, the applicant, just to remind you what happened last time, he gave a verbal update regarding the boatyard facility. That particular tenant is vacating or terminating their lease and will be vacating the property by March 03. So they gave us a written update regarding the site improvements and their attempts to address all the code violations on the property in terms of building and zoning. And you have that in your packet. And that's what they're planning to do at this point, and they're moving this forward or requesting action on this today in terms of the zone change and the general plan amendment. I know the applicant feels that they've done the best they can in terms of addressing the violations on the property, and the new owner, is willing to do the site improvements as stated in the letter. So that
Thank you,
concludes my
Jim.
report.
Any questions to staff before we open the public hearing? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a public hearing item. Anybody wishing to speak on this matter, please come forward at this time. Please give us your name, sign the clipboard before you leave.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry. I don't wish to speak on this particular agenda.
No problem. Is anybody here wishes to speak?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Lloyd Marinov, resident of Palm Springs, and I just came up to the mic to say if you have any questions, I'd be glad to address them. I think we already have over the last few weeks, but I wanted you to know that we're here and want to meet your concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Marino. Are there any questions? Anybody else wish to address us? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Back to commission. Any questions or comments? Ms. Morantz?
I just have one, that if this goes through and if there is a new buyer as has been presented, do we have some type of, I guess I shouldn't use the word guarantee, but will the city stay on top of that auto repair place so that we're not going to see those motors all the way back and that the areas that have been in question will start to conform?
What we will do is monitor the site, and if we find that they're not moving forward, we'll start the code enforcement action on that, and I think we'll have pretty good cooperation from the applicant.
Ms. Conrad?
I'm sorry that I have one more question after
I wonder if you
struggling
pull
with this for
the
so long.
microphone a little bit closer to you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Can someone just submit a reason why this has to go through now that this particular tenant has left? And can you discuss it in terms of the original general plan designation and why this is an improvement? And I'm sorry to keep asking you, Doug, but I struggle.
Prior to 1993, this entire area was zoned commercial manufacturing and had developed with commercial manufacturing type uses on this property, and there was an old single-family home that's been up in this area for an awfully long time. The owner lived there. I don't know the exact history of permitting of that, but it's a permitted house. The Planning Commission in '93, one of the things they did was said, staff, go out and find some places where we might be able to do some additional residential housing, and particularly areas that might be zoned commercial or manufacturing that haven't fully developed. We identified this cove area as potentially that type of site, and the commission felt that at the time that it might be appropriate to come back in and rezone and plan that entire area. They had a lengthy debate in this area as to whether or not the zone change line should be at this building, or this building. And at that time, they felt that at this point, that would be the line. Desert Produce was a very viable business at the time. and they felt they would not want to put it into a non-conforming status, but they felt that these properties maybe should, over time, be residential, because across the street we have residential, whereas across the street in this location we have a commercial manufacturing building. The property owner obviously is taking a look at their resource, and they're taking a look at the issue of, they've got a building that can be usable here. They've got a tenant there that likes to be there. And then we have a kind of a mess land use back here that luckily is leaving. And what they've said is, since the historic land use of that property is commercial manufacturing, couldn't we go back? The property owner here is supportive of it. That's where their home is. So they become the transition between the commercial manufacturing, single family property, existing that could be multifamily, and then a larger multifamily piece. So that's kind of the history of it.
Any further questions? Is there a motion?
I'd go ahead and move approvals, subject to the conditions of the staff report.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Caffrey, seconded by Mr. Matthews, was that? Any further comment? Roll call vote, please, Michelle.
Ms. Conrad? Aye. Ms. Moratz?
Aye.
Mr. Matthews?
Aye.
Mr. Grant? Aye. Mr. Caffrey?
Aye.
Mr. Klatchko?
Aye, motion carries 6-0 with one abstention. Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr. Marinoff, and thanks for working with us. Hopefully this will work out well for the community. Next item is number 3, case 5.0938, application by Laguna Pacific for Canyon Vista LP and general plan map amendment to redesignate 3.27 acres from M15 to H30. Planned development district in lieu of a change of zone, and tentative track map for construction of 66 timeshare units and associated on- and off-site improvements for the property located at the northeast corner of Murray Canyon Drive and Sierra Madre. Staff report, please.
I'll be abstaining on this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Caffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an application for 66 timeshare units at the northeast corner of Sierra Madre and Murray Canyon Drive. The developer is Laguna Pacific, and the owners are the holders of the lease is Canyon Vista. There are 3 actions before you today. One is a general plan amendment to redesignate this entire property here from M15 to H30. The second action is for Plan Development District 282 in lieu of a change of zone, and I'll explain the justification for that. And thirdly, the tentative track map 31006 for the construction of the 66 timeshare units. The general plan amendment, staff feels is justified due to the surroundings. I'll just go quickly over the surrounding land uses. Directly to the west here is an existing timeshare project that currently has a general plan designation of H4321, which is high density residential. And just over here is also multifamily condominiums. To the north, probably about 200 odd feet a bit north of here, along Santiago Way, which runs there, single-family residential neighborhood. This here is an existing golf course, and then to the east are apartments. To the south is the existing Canyon South Golf Course. The general plan amendment, again, is just a logical extension of this particular timeshare property here, and it does face on a secondary thoroughfare, which is Murray Canyon Drive, and Sierra Madre, which is a collector. The planned development district in lieu of a change of zone is because the property has a split zoning of R2 and O, and certainly in timeshare projects by the zoning ordinance are required to have approval of a conditional use permit. So within the planned development district carries the conditions of a conditional use permit essentially, and also allows the property to follow different property development standards. Instead of doing the whole change of zone, the applicant requested to follow R3 zoning standards and also to modify any standards if necessary. When they designed the project, they essentially followed all the R3 property development standards with only one modification regarding building separation from 15 feet to 10 feet. With regards to the project, it extends approximately 475 feet from the intersection of Murray Canyon and Sierra Madre, and about 600 odd feet to the east that way. So it's kind of an awkward L-shaped type property. In terms of the units, there are 29 one-bedroom units and about 37 two-bedroom units. You can see the floor plans way up there. The one-bedroom units are about 810 square feet in size, and the two bedrooms are 940. With regards to amenities, the site will have a recreation room, a common area, an open pool and spa area. Because of the shape of the property, the applicant's desire was to, obviously try and maybe split this up into, 4 separate areas, and you kind of contain each area so it didn't feel like such a gigantic site. So they tried to contain, one area here, 2, 3, 4 with their own separate parking and living areas in those spaces. With regards to preliminary information that we received from the applicant regarding the timeshare management, we understand right now they've got probably about 20 employees, 13 full-time, 7 part-time. The rest of the issues with regards to timeshare intervals, ongoing maintenance, and marketing, and ensuring stability of occupancy are things that they have to address prior to final development plans, and that's the way that the conditions read at this moment. The project is designed with the style, sort of modernist style architecture, as you can see here. The materials are all colored plaster and anodized aluminum for the frame, along with ledger stone. When this went to design review, it was very well received, except they required or requested that details regarding the carports, particularly along the Murray Canyon elevation, you can see right here, and it shows up also here on the site plan, these stacked units on top of the carports. They wanted to see more detail about how that interacts with the surrounding landscape and how it looks in the street, essentially. When staff analyzed this, again, we found that it did comply with all property development standards of the R3 zone, certainly recommending approval of the project subject to the conditions. And we also received comment from surrounding property neighbors, particularly with regards to the parking issue. The existing timeshares to the west at this moment are, where they have a parking problem. There's a lot of off-street parking right now. The conditions for this particular property are that they are not allowed to have any off-site parking. All the parking for employees, residents, and such have to be contained on-site. And I know that that was also a staff concern, and we'd asked them to address that early on. And they have provided 116 as opposed to the 109 parking spaces. Other than that, that concludes my staff report. I know the applicant, the architect, ready for your questions, and as a staff.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Evans, would you like to add to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we did receive a letter from the principal planner at the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians. Yesterday, the Indian Planning Commission reviewed the project, recommended that the Tribal Council recommend to the City Council the following: approval of the general plan amendment and tentative track map for the project. They did ask that there be a continuance on the planned development district so that issues related to project design can be resolved. We expect the Tribal Council to review this project at their next meeting, January 28th, 2003. The applicant has provided a complete set of plans to the tribal planning staff as of this morning. Evidently, one of the concerns was that the Tribal Planning Commission didn't have all of the plans. Traditionally, the Tribal Planning Commission doesn't offer a lot of comment on architecture and project design, but in this case they could. The project is located within the Indian Reservation. It is Indian leased land, so the Tribal Council certainly has, under our land use agreement, authority. Looking at the project schedule, we did set a schedule for this project quite some time ago. They've got some compelling court dates that they face relative to keeping the courts happy with a disagreement over lease relationships. I actually established the project schedule in the courts with the judge. rather unusual scheduling process. I've not done that before. The city council would not be scheduled to see this until February 19th, if my recollection is right. So there would be plenty of time to interject the tribal council's recommendations to the council, so that we could take those issues up to city council. If they felt there were design issues, the city council certainly could refer this back to the planning commission for further deliberations. In staff's review of this project, we think architecturally it's a strong project. Site design, I think it's got some strong elements to it. It's a tight site to work with. We would give the commission the discretion to continue, but to try and keep the project moving at the pace the courts have asked us to, or at least asked the applicant to. We'd suggest that maybe if you're comfortable, you could make a recommendation to council. I would ask that you add one condition, and that is that there may be a need to look at driveway locations as we get some refined planning from property to the south. You know, and while I think these driveways certainly work as they're designed, you might want to add a condition that during final development plans, the staff and applicant may need to work on some subtle adjustments to driveways. If we get some plans in on the property to the south, we'd like to try to make both projects align to the greatest degree possible. Mr. Chairman, that completes our report, and I apologize to the applicant for bringing up a driveway issue subsequent to our staff report, but I received information yesterday that tells me we might want to reserve the right to make some minor adjustments to driveway locations.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Does staff have a position with regard to the Architectural Review Committee's inquiry about the carports and how those are worked out?
Well, I think we have the same questions. We did ask the applicant if they would be able to give us the information for today's meeting. They just haven't been able to put that together. I can tell you the project started, the applicant changed design teams, the current architect that's working on this project, I think is hitting the mark at every meeting, and I think he will make sure that those buildings and those carports, because the carports are really underneath the building, will be well designed and complement the project. I'm comfortable with working on that.
Very good, thank you. Any further questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Mr. Schoenberger?
Gene, on building heights, at the tallest point, what are we looking at in building height, and how does it compare to the timeshare across the street?
Maximum building height for this particular project is 24 feet, 2 stories. And across the street, I believe there are 3 stories, so it's probably higher than that. I'm not certain what the exact height is, though.
But at least this one's not higher than the one across the street.
No, it's not.
And on the end of the site nearest to the single-family dwellings, which would be on Sierra Madre as I read this, furthest to the north, what building heights do we have there?
Those are about, I think they're 12 feet, and that's per the zoning ordinance, which requires any multi-story buildings within 200 feet of a single-family residential zone to be below 15 feet, so they certainly meet that requirement as well.
And the only other comment I had you addressed regarding the parking, and I'm fairly familiar with this location, and the timeshare across the street parks, the cars are parked all over the street, and I think the parking spillover from across the street may even be a problem for this project, because on weekends you go by there and the cars are just lined up on the streets all around that project. Is staff comfortable that there is sufficient parking on this site so that all the parking that this site requires can be contained on the site? And I say that cautiously because I don't know what the thinking was on the project across the street, but the parking across the street has turned out to be very inadequate, and if we have that condition here, we're going to have a mess on that corner.
If I could respond to that, Mr. Chairman, because we too agree that the way the existing facility operates is probably not the way it was intended. And we don't have this type of problem in our other timeshare projects throughout town for one specific reason. The project on the corner, when they sold their units, they sold the units and they allowed the buyers of individual weeks the right to come and use the pool anytime they want. So the parking congestion is not the people staying at the facility. It's the guests that come down, particularly on weekends, although they do spill over during weekdays. We did add a condition on this project. We've talked to the applicant about it, that one, they cannot allow guests that aren't registered to come on site, i.e. the rest of the owners, 50 owners per unit times the number of units, you could have a real problem, which we've run into at the other one. I think it's an operational problem at the other one that they're going to eventually have to address because there's no lounges left. For the people that sleep in, everybody that's coming in from out of town shows up at 7:30, stakes their claim, and the people staying in the facility go out and there's no lounges left. I mean, it's full. I've gone over and watched it. We're going to probably have to work with that particular timeshare owner, probably have to either come up with a cooperative agreement or possibly even evaluate permits because they're certainly not containing their activity on site. That would be a separate issue. I'm comfortable that sans the managers shooing the employees off the site, that there is adequate parking on this site to contain it. Maybe not on every peak day just because people invite visitors, but it should not be the same problem because we're going to prohibit that.
Thank you.
Okay, with that then, we'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this matter, please come forward at this time. Give us your name. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. My name is William Van Horn, and first of all, I wanted to apologize for coming up earlier. I was born with a hearing loss, and wouldn't you know, the aid broke today. So I'm like a person without glasses. But anyway, my address is 422 Santiago Way, and that is located in the Canyon Country Club, which runs in dead ends or runs into Sierra Madre. And Santiago Way is a very small street. A lot of people never know where it is. That's made up of 13 single residences. And what's happened is I have lived there for 9 years, and a lot of the neighbors and the people on Santiago Way have real concerns about the parking as well as the traffic flow on Santiago Way. I had briefly typed up some of our concerns that the homeowners have on Santiago Way about the project. And don't misunderstand me, we're not here to, I'm not here to say, don't do the project. I just think that we have to learn from our previous mistakes how we can eliminate a problem from happening. The Canyon Resort does have a parking problem. Whether it's operational or not, I really don't have the answer to that. Mr. Evans seems to think it is operational. My main thought of timeshare is that everyone who signs a contract has a mortgage and has ownership of a unit for a certain duration of time. And that's just like you and I. We have a mortgage on our home. We have ownership of our home. And we have the right to enjoy our home. Well, these people that have the timeshare have the right to enjoy their timeshare, their unit. as well as they also have the right to have guests. And just like if you have a home, a single residence, you have the right to have a place to park at your home, and you also have the right to have parking for your guests. And, you know, it's very, very difficult to say, you know, who's going to have a guest and how many guests are going to be coming. From what I understand with this new proposal, that they consist of 2 and 1 bedroom units, and it could be made of more than one family. You could have a partnership type agreement for the timeshare in one unit. So already you're up to, I'm just saying that, you know, we have a lot of considerations to take in mind as far as the number of vehicles that would be coming into the timeshare, as well as the guest coming, especially during the weekends and on holidays. When the holiday falls on a Friday or a Monday, it becomes, the Canyon Resort timeshare becomes unbelievable as far as the parking. Many of the guests have RVs that take up as many as 3 car spaces on the street. So I would like to give this, if you don't mind, I would like to give this to the city clerk. It basically outlines some of the concerns that we had, and we just basically said that we had the following concerns and need to address and compromise on the following issues. And number 1 was adequate parking for the timeshare employees, owners of the timeshare units, and their guests for this proposed Canyon Vista, as well as the existing Palm Canyon timeshare. And even though we can say that the existing Canyon Resort is an operational problem, until we correct that problem, I don't think we should really proceed, because you basically, you have to fix one problem before you get to the next. The second thing was, we're concerned, there's 13 single residences on Santiago Way, and I secured 7 signatures from 7 homeowners on Santiago Way that that oppose, that are concerned about the parking, as well as the traffic volume. Santiago Way really winds off of Palo Fierro, and then it comes into Sierra Madre. And what we're seeing since the timeshare opened, the Canyon Resort, is that people are speeding at very high rates. And we have some elderly people that are like walking around, and plus other visitors with a dog, pets, whatever. And we're just concerned about the safety of the public walking on the street, because there's no sidewalks on Santiago throughout the whole street. So many people walk in the street. So it's just a concern, you know, we were saying that as far as the parking on Santiago Way, right now, like on the weekends and the long weekends, many guests, employees, or timeshare people from the Canyon Resort are parking their vehicles on Santiago Way in front of other residences. And I guess that resident would have the right, if he or she contacted the city of Palm Springs Police and said, you know, somebody's, you know, blocking the front of my property. But we just see that, you know, more and more cars are coming to park on Santiago Way. One possible solution, we were talking about maybe, implementing some kind of sticker for vehicles, whether it be stickers for the people that live on Santiago, putting them in the car, or stickers for the timeshare people. So I guess you would have some type of knowledge of who's parking where. These are just possible suggestions. I don't have an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Van Horn. We appreciate your comments. We'll have an opportunity to review your written notes. The secretary will pass that around, and we'll have an opportunity to move forward.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else would like to speak on this matter? Please come forward. My apologies to the public. We normally just caution people that we do have a 5-minute time limit for comments, and in light of the fact that we do have such a lengthy schedule today, we would ask the remaining speakers on this and other items to try to conform your comments to the 5-minute time limit.
Hi, my name is Susan Braun. I live at the end of Sierra Madre in a 40-unit condominium development that's paradise. It's called Twin Springs. Our residents have some concerns. There are only 4 of them. If you would be so kind as to address them, then we would feel better. I agree with the other gentleman, the Santiago resident, that we all have made a mistake on the timeshare that's already there. I would hope that you'd do something about that, but I didn't come here to discuss that. I just want to know that the parking will also be parking for employees that work there. I've chatted with some of the lovely cleaning people that cleaned the other project. They don't have a place to eat, so they eat in their cars and they throw their McDonald's bags on Sierra Madre. Now, we would like just to know that this project has their employees in mind, so that there be a place for them to eat, also a garbage can for them to put their stuff in. That's one. We get a lot of runoff water from the other project. When they clean their pool, it runs right down Sierra Madre into Twin Springs. And we just like to caution whoever it is that makes the rules here, that we would like to be sure that all of the maintenance and water and anything that's done for this new project, which, by the way, is a dynamite-looking project, it would really make that corner look nice. We're not opposing it. But we want all these things to be taken into consideration. The parking, the garbage, the place for the people to eat, and the water runoff for both pool cleaning and cleaning underneath in the carports, which is what happens with the other one. It runs out onto Sierra Madre. And the sewers don't take it. It runs right down into our condominium complex. With those items under consideration by you folks, I don't think we would object to the buildings. They look almost like our condominium. But these could be serious concerns for the public.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Braun.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers?
I couldn't even find a place to park when I came in.
My name is David Smith. I'm a principal at Thomas Cox Architects and the planner and designer for this project. And I've been listening to the comments, and I understand you have a long agenda, so I'm going to speak real briefly to some of the items that I have heard, and then am here for any questions if you have that. The owner is also represented here, so we should be able to answer any questions that you might have. And I'm going to get right to parking, because that's really the issue on all residential projects that we deal with. The required parking on this per city standards is 109 spaces. That's 1.25 spaces for one bedroom, 1.25 for one bedroom, 1.5 for two bedroom, and 0.25 for guest. And that adds up to be 109 spaces. Staff has indicated that they did not feel that that number was adequate, and we had, I think, 116, which gives us an extra 7 guest spaces. We have gone back to the site plan and subsequently found some more parking. We now have 120 spaces, which is 11 extra spaces for the extra guest or staff. And the staff is going to vary. Right when they're selling those, there's probably going to be more staff than during just the operationals. And I'm sure there are people here from Laguna Pacific that could tell you that. But 120 spaces, which gives you 9 more spaces for those extra guests and for staff. We fully expect to park entirely on the site, and we frankly are as concerned about motorhomes out in the street in front of our project as the neighbors. It's our front door too. The other incidents that was discussed about the pool emptying out in the street, I mean, that's really a singular occurrence, and I can tell you my experience with Laguna Pacific that they do this thing first rate. They ask us to come in and design an A product, and I can give you my words that that's just not going to happen here. So I'm going to keep it brief. If you have any questions, I do have some sketches, and I apologize to staff on the details for the carport and those views, and we will be meeting with them. I came away very impressed with design review. They had some good comments on our plans. I apologize for being a day late here, but if somebody wanted to take a look at them now, we can do that too.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. There may be some questions after we close the public hearing. Are there any further members of the public who would like to address us? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Back to commissioners. Questions, comments? Schoenberger.
Doug, on the parking requirement, are we reasonably comfortable and that we've had enough experience with timeshare properties that our parking requirements, particularly as they apply to this project, and given the number of extra spaces they're going to include, will suffice? And I ask that question because we know that timeshare occupancy is substantially higher than other types of uses. So do we feel pretty good about the parking requirement and what we've got here?
Yes.
Okay. The only other well, I think that was my primary concern, and otherwise, I think this is a very nice project. I think it's going to enhance that corner, and I think it fits well in that neighborhood. This use does. So I mean, I think this is going to be an enhancement to the neighborhood if we don't have the parking problem, and I would hope that at some point here, staff can address the problem we have across the street and get maybe proactive to try and alleviate it.
Are there any additional comments? Ms. Conrad?
I guess I would like to know a little bit of the history of how is it that our ordinance provides for 1.25 parking places for a one-bedroom unit and 1.5 parking places for a two-bedroom unit, allowing 0.25 spaces for each one of those for guests? How does that reconcile with this timeshare operator saying that they could have ownership of two separate parties of a two-bedroom unit, if that's what I understood that was said? Okay. And, I mean, it seems like it's still kind of shy, especially if you add in 11 employees, 11 to 15 employees. And could staff also address, and I don't see it on the plans, where the employee break room is, just to satisfy the public?
From the standpoint of our parking standards, we develop these after surveying projects in Palm Springs, where we took a look at parking actual demand a number of years ago. We also, did this based upon review of other ordinances. And within the last 4 to 6 months, I recall this coming up at a Planning Commission study session, and we gave you a matrix of a number of communities, both communities that we would say we would compare more directly to here in the valley, as well as some communities where condominium-type housing would be permanent. You would not have a seasonal factor. And I think the commission may recall we had parking standards all across the board, and if you look where we fell within the group, we fell within a reasonable comfort zone, and I think the commission was comfortable with that. So from the standpoint of the 1.25 and the 1.5, you know, the way it breaks down is you know, a one-bedroom unit, we provide 1.5 parking spaces on site, and that's inclusive of the guest, and a 1.75. That has worked. They've indicated that they're going to be able to come up with some additional parking to accommodate staffing and guests and the like. I can tell you that, you know, in most every other project we have in town, we've not had a significant parking problem. I can't recall complaints even during the marketing phase. An awful lot of timeshare marketing occurs off-site these days, you know, at other facilities where they basically book you in and rotate you around. I'm not sure of exactly how they plan to do it. I think that if it weren't for the guest issue on the adjoining property, I'm not sure you'd be talking about parking on this project. I think we've got an existing condition. We've done some enforcement over the years to get people to park at least safely and legally around it, and that tends to at least take care of some of the jaywalking problems and parking on vacant land problems. What we're going to do is we're going to go back in and look at the permit, take a look at the permit. It's a discretionary permit. If they're not meeting the terms of the permit, we have the ability to look at it. We may, in all likelihood, contact the adjoining property owners, sit down and have a discussion about their operations and what they need to do to fix it. Because I think what we're hearing today, and I think what most of you have experienced if you go down there, is that we have a property that may be exceeding its capacities. And I think that is rubbing off on this one. There's no way I can tell you that you know, it would be perfect. You know, at the 120 spaces they indicate they're going to have on their final plans, but I'm comfortable that we should be in the ballpark on parking, and we should not force people off-site because of lack of parking. It's oftentimes, even at our hotels, the managers of the hotel shooing the employees away and telling them to just appear. And occasionally, I mean, I've been out to hotels and met with managers of hotels about the exact same concerns that you heard today. The employees are eating their lunch in front of my house, and they have found my Brazilian pepper to be a great place to set up their lawn chair. And, you know, when we meet with hotel operators, that problem normally goes away and doesn't reoccur for a while. And we know it doesn't reoccur because the owners haven't changed in the adjoining condos or homes. So we've got, you know, obviously some work to do on the existing project.
Mr. Matthews.
You'd indicated you wanted some flexibility on dealing with the driveways later. Could we just add that as a condition in 5A?
Yes, sir.
Craft such language?
Yeah, we can just, we're talking about probably some subtle alignments. We're just getting some information on an adjoining development, and I think for the applicant's purposes, they want their driveways to work also. I mean, they've wanted this to be well-designed from the start, and I think they'd be comfortable in, you know, working with us on if we have to adjust them a little bit.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion if others.
Please go forward.
Can I ask one question first, please?
Go.
Then you can make your motion, I promise. Doug, what was the final decision on this letter from the tribal planning? The
I hear my motion.
shall we put that in as part of it, that they would like part of this to be continued?
No, it's a commission pleasure in looking at that letter and the timing of the tribal council action. I would suggest that if it's commission's pleasure, you're comfortable with the design, you go ahead and handle it today, and then we'll incorporate the tribal council concerns and the council report, and let the city council deal with the tribal council's recommendations at that time.
Will I change my motion? What I was gonna do was deal with the general plan and the tentative track map, and then have the other one dealt with later, but you're comfortable going ahead now.
I
All right.
think we would encourage you to consider moving them all along.
Well, good. Then, Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of case 5.0938 PD 282 and tentative track 31006, subject to the conditions in the staff report, with the addition of the condition 5A to be the final development plans include driveways aligned in accordance, as approved by the Director of Planning.
I'll second that.
Motion by Mr. Matthews, second by Ms. Morantz. And staff is comfortable with dealing with the carport issue on a staff level with the existing terms and conditions as stated.
Mr. Chairman, this being a planned development district, you're going to approve the actual carport designs and final development plans, as well as the driveway location.
Very good. Any further comments or questions?
Sorry,
Yes,
I have
Ms.
one
Conlon?
other that I forgot to ask. What did design review think about the color palette, since they call out colors, or is that just going to wait for the final drawings? Did design review make any comment on the colors?
As far as I can recall, they were very comfortable with the color board, which is over there, lying on top of the, beside the chalkboard there. They did review that, and they were comfortable with that. In terms of, again, this is the actual finishes, or all of them, will show up again at the final development plan stage.
All right then. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Conrad? Ms. Morantz?
Aye.
Mr. Matthews?
Aye.
Mr. Grinch?
Aye.
Mr. Schoenberger?
Aye.
Mr. Klatchko?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention. Next item, number 4, case 5.0941-32272, tentative track map 3941, application by Palm Springs Modern Homes 2 LLC for a general plan amendment to delete a portion of Arenas Road from the general plan circulation. And tentative track map and related architectural approval to construct 48 condominium units for the property located at 1460 and 1550 East Baristo.
I'll be abstaining on this item as well.
Thank you, Mr. Caffrey. That's two.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, excuse me, members of the audience, we are in session. If you have further comments, we'd ask that you take them out into the lobby.
Doug, can you help me on this one? I've got that property interest on the corner of Hermosa and Tockwitz, and something's ringing a bell in my mind that somehow or other, at one point, we thought this was too close.
Is that your office? Excuse me, is that your office building?
No, it's not the office building. It's
Tockwitz and Hermosa.
right across the street from the Courtyard Marriott. I mean,
Okay.
right across the side street.
Right.
Yeah, is that going to be too close here?
I'm going to double check. If you don't mind, I'd like
Yeah.
to double check.
Doug, I might have one too, because we've got the property right next to the tennis club and we're leasing part of that to the city.
That would be too close.
So I think it's too close. It's
Yeah, you're
probably
an
within 400
abutting
feet,
property
so I'll have
owner.
to abstain.
I think when we saw this in design review, or has this been before us in a commission meeting, or was it design review? I mean, a study session.
I think you did, I think you looked at this briefly at a study session. What we'll do, Mr. Chairman, is if Commissioner Schoenberger could refrain from any discussion at this point, noting a possible conflict, it will take us less than 5 minutes, and we'll slip him a note during the staff presentation.
Very good, thank you. Go ahead, Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an application by Palm Springs Modern Homes 2 for 48 condominium units located, you can see on this aerial here, on Bristow Road between Sunrise Way and, well, where Hermosa Drive would be, essentially, where this yellow tab is. There's two actions here. One is a general plan amendment to delete a portion of Arenas Road between Sunrise Way and Hermosa Drive. It's currently unimproved, you can see on this aerial. And secondly, tentative track map 30941 for the construction of the condominium units and associated architectural approvals. The project as it stands right now is located on this vacant lot here. To the east is some apartments. To the west is portions of the tennis center facility. To the south is vacant, and to the north is also vacant property. The units themselves are 2 to 3 bedroom units, ranging in size from 1,535 square feet to 1,745 square feet. They are maximum 2 stories in height, about 24 feet, as you can see in these elevations. Here you have the street elevations and the internal elevations. The style is, again, modernist. The project itself is very low density. It's 48 units. It's in a zone, it's zoned R4, has general plan designation that would otherwise allow 98 to 140 units. So they're certainly well within their density parameters. In terms of parking, each unit has its own individual carport or garage, so it's 2 individual parking spaces per unit, giving 98 spaces for residents, and then an additional 23 guest spaces spread throughout the site, as you can see here in open parking spaces. They're required to have 99 parking spaces. The project currently has 121 parking spaces, including 5 accessible spaces, which aren't shown on the plan right now, but we worked it out with the applicant, and they certainly do meet the accessibility requirements. The project is gated. It's got 2 gated entries off Bristow here and 2 off of Arenas. The Bristow Road currently is improved to secondary thoroughfare standards, and in order to provide entrance off Arenas, the applicant will extend the road that doesn't exist right now at this moment to provide a cul-de-sac where the Arenas Road entry will be. Internal circulation is provided by 2 24-foot wide driveways. We provided a bit of a discussion in the staff report with regards to how we determine a standard for that. And it shows up clearer on this particular exhibit over here. There was some confusion with regards to what would be the appropriate driveway width. And the applicant has provided, in terms of maneuvering area, it ranges between 24 to 35 feet for that, and they feel that it certainly meets the intent of the zoning code in terms of maneuvering area. Where you do have back-to-back garages or carports, it's minimum 29 feet, so they felt that even though it's 24 feet, might seem a little narrow, they certainly feel they meet the intent in terms of the maneuvering area. Staff did look at it in terms of the site sections. The feel of the project will be narrow between these two, especially where you have the 2 overhangs. It'll be 29 feet between the overhangs, but about 32, 35 feet between the garages, from the garage to garage. So the project will feel narrow, but staff is comfortable that it will be a functional project. When this went to design review, it was very well received. They certainly didn't have many comments. It was an approve as submitted. Staff didn't receive any comments from the surrounding property owners either regarding any objections to the project. Actually, no, we did receive one from a property owner from the Rose Garden HOA, which is located over here, and they had concerns regarding increasing density. Most of the land there is vacant right now, so regarding traffic and increased density in the neighborhood. That concludes staff's report. I'm available to answer your questions, and so is the applicant. Thank you.
Any questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Mr. Schoenberger, did you resolve your conflict issue? Okay, great, good. I wonder if staff could comment on the letter that we received from Desert Water Agency that was handed out today, whether that's something we need to address.
Mr. Chairman, we'll have a follow-up meeting with Desert Water Agency regarding that letter. In our follow-up, we do not see any significant impacts relative to water resources. I think the staff member at DWA would have preferred that we maybe elaborated a little bit more about the project design, its water use, things of that nature. We would recommend that you proceed recognizing that we received that comment. We'll prepare a written response that will go on the record before council, but in our follow-up, we're not finding anything significant. I believe Marcus Fuller might have some additional information on that. What we'll do is we'll go meet with DWA because this is pretty standard response that we put into environmental assessments when they're urbanized areas, the utilities and services are around, and see what we would need to do to adjust how we write up water services issues so that we don't get letters like this in the future when we don't think that there's a significant issue.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Evans. This is a public hearing matter. Anybody wishing to address the commission, please come forward at this time. Give us your name, sign the clipboard. And we would ask that you do adhere to the 5-minute time limit, particularly for the next speaker.
Is that 5 minutes per personality? Marvin Roos, Monero Smith and Associates, project engineers, planners, and liaisons. Thanks for letting us speak today. We're obviously in favor of the staff recommendation at this point, with a couple of minor exceptions and one major exception. We've been working on this project with Dennis Cunningham and his Palm Springs Modern Group as a follow-up to the great success that they have had on the 2 Arenas projects, and which have built off the other projects. And if you go around town, I think they're certainly a sparkling new part of the community, and have been very well received. And this project, and Mark Kirkard, the architect, is here and will really go through that. But while it's similar in a lot of the characteristics, really is a different kind of a plan, and I'll let Mark go through that. It's a tight site. We have the cul-de-sac coming in off of Arenas. The Arenas extension on the south side of the center line is in from Sunrise behind the Windsor Court project. It was originally conceived as a secondary thoroughfare that would go all the way through and then connect past the Agua Caliente cemetery, et cetera, all the way over and wend its way on toward, I guess, El Segundo, where it kind of finally terminates. Because it does terminate there, and because you really don't want Arenas going past Sunrise and creating a whole new intersection with a lot of traffic, this has been discussed for quite a while. And the timing was such that the Section 14 master plan, which also proposed to remove this, and some city discussions, which have talked about removing it for a long time, let us go first and get to pay the price for the public hearing. But we're happy to do that too. So as you look at the circulation of the area, we feel that it'll actually work better without Arenas going through. Had it not been already half street constructed, there's probably no real reason to have even this section, but that's already there. So we're using that as a secondary access. The project is an urban project. It's kind of a, the wave of the future, the smart growth, if you will. Although it is relatively low density. I like the term very low density that Jing used, which maybe we can use on the general plan. But it is 12 to the acre, and they're all individual units. And one of the things we started with was trying to create a street scene that was urban and yet not jammed. And I think that we've tried to do that primarily with the movement of the architecture. We don't have solid lines of carports. We don't have solid lines of buildings. There's a lot of movement and play. And the idea was to minimize as well as we could the impact of a relatively straight drive through the project. And to that end, the introduction of decorative paving was brought about, as well as, again, this street edge. We started with a 22-foot request for that drive, not moving the buildings in, but just having less asphalt. Did an interesting drive around town Monday looking for or similar conditions. And I think it would be very helpful, perhaps, actually I probably shouldn't suggest the city engineer go around and look at some of these projects to see in the decades that follow an approval what really happens to projects. We found several projects with 18-foot drives with parking on both sides. We found certainly plenty with 32-foot, like the Rose Garden, which is very similar to ours, 32-foot parking on both sides. Now, it was originally designed with the pop-out parking, but the reality is that the low density, it's not really a street. It's really a drive that serves a few number of people. I think, trying to remember exactly, I think the small side of the Rose Garden was 58 and the large was maybe 80 units in the larger version. Have not proven to be a problem to have a 32-foot street with parking on both sides. That said, you can't park on both sides and have 40-mile-an-hour cars passing one another. It has to go slow. It's a residential area. After discussion with staff, we agreed to pull it out to 24. I'm going to pass around the sections of the parking ordinance that are starred for you. Basically, the ordinance allows down to 20 feet two-way traffic on 30-degree angle parking. So if you park in opposite directions, the ordinance says you could do 20 feet, have two-way traffic. We have 90. Our 24-foot maneuvering area is then expanded beyond that in almost all cases, except for a couple of guest parking spaces, by at least 4 feet on either side. So typically, instead of having 60 feet parking space to parking space, where we have garages, we've got 72 feet. So we got a lot of space. So what we tried to do is take the 24 feet and then originally 22 with 4, but we've gone 24, we got 4 extra in most cases so that the maneuvering starts on the person's driveway apron, much as they would do. Once they clear the garage, they'll start moving. So maneuvering isn't the issue. The code isn't the issue. What seems to be the issue is, and I hate to say that that traffic engineers like to pave everything, but they're a lot more comfortable when there's a lot of maneuvering space for things to happen. We think in reality, if you drive around town, you find some of these places like the Rose Garden, which is a very nice project, would not meet a typical street standard now at 36. So while it's more of a street than we are, we think that that this works quite well. It meets the code, and we don't know why we need to redefine these interior drives in these small communities as streets. And that seems to be, I don't know, I've read a lot of dialogue from the city engineer about why he thought 26 feet was appropriate. We have plenty of maneuvering. It's functional. We don't see the need to add. We certainly can. Actually, we're using a wedge curb. It's 25 feet from edge to edge because we normally consider an extra half a foot on each side because of the curb. So in any way, we would like the condition as set forth, engineering, what is it, on-site 20, drainage, is it drainage? No, on-site 27, to revert back to 24 feet rather than 26. And just a minor question, I guess, a couple of minor questions. On number 32, it says a detail of a decorative wheel stop. And we're not really quite sure what decorative wheel stops are, but we can deal with that. And other than that, the conditions are acceptable. We think it's a good project, and we'll add another nice Palm Springs Modern project to the scene. Any questions? I'll be glad to try to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Anybody else wishing to speak? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Mark Kirkhart, principal of Design Arc Architects. We're the architects for the project, and also have actually been Dennis's architect for all of his Palm Springs Modern Homes projects around town. I'd like to add to what Marvin has said. We're obviously quite pleased with working together with Marvin and Transportation. We feel that with the 24-foot paved driveway width and the additional maneuvering spaces we've added to both the guest parking and the aprons to the garages, that the 24 feet would be fine. We would actually prefer 22 rather than creating any more paving than we have to. But we'll let that go the way it does. I would like to move up to the drawings there and kind of explain the design concept and what Marvin was touching on in terms of how the architecture is moving.
That'd be fine, Mr. Crockett. Please use the microphone as you speak.
I think the best diagram to look at is this figure-ground relationship here that we've done that tends to be a little more graphic than these site plans. And what we really set out to do with Dennis in starting this project when we first started conceptualizing was really to create a new idea of a project that would really relate to the Palm Springs lifestyle, which really is about the privacy and private water, having your own swimming pool for cooling off. And other than the sort of more common idea of the common area pools. So we were quite curious as to whether we could get something into the density of 12 units per acre or so on this 4.5 acre site, which we were quite happy to find that we could. It really involves a fairly complex arrangement of buildings and unit types in order to accommodate that, and we were happy that Dennis was willing to give us the opportunity to design all these fun units. At any rate, the site, as Marvin had said, is basically the streets are oriented in a north-south direction. We have two different unit types, or actually with a minor variation of what we call the quad, which is a 4-unit building, and duplexes on both the easterly and the westerly exposures, leaving this center section where we developed what we're referring to as a pinwheel scheme that allows us to take the massing off of the street and bring it into the middle of the property. And in doing so, we've actually been able to build in the privacy. If you think of this unit here, for example, it has its patio facing east, where this one faces north, this one faces west, this one faces south. So that's the same within all these pinwheels. The duplexes and quads along the perimeters, these obviously enjoy beautiful opportunities for views to the west and the mountains with pools in their back courtyards. These units here will have the views of the mountains out of the westerly exposure of their unit and their private patios to the east. The other thing is, and the reason I brought this model that we can go up and take a look at, is even though the garages are more or less aligned along the street, the balance of the massing has been pushed back to allow for these large front entry courtyards on the quads that actually are directly opposed to the garages that are pushing to the street across from them. The idea is that as you're looking down the street, where you have garages on one side, on the other side, the architecture sort of gives way and gives you this open space. So if you want to look at it on the model, if you want to come up and look at it, or I can hold it up. This is the pinwheel scheme that shows how the courtyards oppose in different directions. So you have one courtyard this direction, one this direction, and so forth. And this is the street front. Turn that upside down. Put it over here. We're going to saw it in half later. Yeah. So this represents the quad building in its relationship to the pinwheel with the street down the middle. And what this is showing is it really aligns such that these two garages are across from the open space of the units across the street from it. And we do that same thing with guest parking areas. So where we have garages here, we have a recess that's holding our guest parking. So I think the renderings tend to kind of point that out as well. With this streetscape, this is actually where the guest parking is. And we have some of the unit where the garage is out at the street and overhanging, but also places where the units are very deeply recessed. So we're quite pleased. I think the architectural committee was pleased that while it's a unique project and it doesn't certainly meet any of sort of the normal units you might have seen, I think it's going to be a very successful and livable project. I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Please come forward at this time. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Back to commission. Questions, comments? Yes, Ms. Brantz?
I'm very pleased with this project. I like to see the smaller projects instead of these big, massive ones, and as long as they've handled the parking situation, and I know that was a concern when we saw this at study session, that I figured if there were some of these big SUVs parked in there as guests, it might be a little prohibitive, but certainly you seem to have handled the situation, so I'm very pleased with the project.
Mr. Schoenberger?
David, on the 26 versus 24, how strong are you on your 26-foot condition?
Well, Commissioner, the point of the condition is not to quibble over 2 feet or 4 feet. The point really was to get some direction from Planning Commission and to point out that there are some inconsistencies in the existing ordinance. What was passed out to you are the requirements for driveways, and when we reviewed this project, it was my opinion that these are really streets, because the units front on them, the pedestrian vehicular access, services, and everything comes off of those streets. And when you look in the code under streets, it calls for requirements to meet existing standards, which for private streets is 32 feet. Now, staff, recognizing some inconsistencies in the code, which allows for 24-foot drive parking lot aisles when you have 90-degree parking on one side, and 26 feet parking lot aisles when you have 90-degree parking coming out from opposite each other, felt that it was reasonable to apply that standard, which is 26 feet, as opposed to calling these driveways. The whole point of this, again, is not to quibble, but to, at least to point out to the Commission that these will be and will appear to be quite narrow streets. And maybe that's acceptable, but we'd rather have that pointed out at this point rather than once it's built, people go out there and go, what's going on here? I, in fact, visited 11 condominium projects. I started with a couple that the planning director recommended and measured those streets. And indeed, several of the driveways were quite narrow, 22 feet. They varied in width, actually. None of them served as streets in this context, except for a couple that I measured off of Mesquite, Bimini, and in that area, I forget the names of all the streets, but those actually mirrored these uses closer than any others I found, and they were 32 feet. So the point, again, is that these will appear to be quite narrow streets, and although parking is not allowed, we wanted to bring that to the attention of the Commission and to point out that the source of the recommendation of the width came from what is allowed in a parking lot aisle with parking backing out on both sides, and that's in fact what you have, and that's the source of it. So if Commission is comfortable with even narrower streets, then we will take that into account, and it's we would recommend through the Planning Department to have our municipal code cover these types of things in accordance with what is desired by the Commission and Council.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Can you shed some light on this as well?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think the issue really came up as somebody in looking at this, and Jing spent a lot of time, as well as Kathy Marks, as well as Marcus and Dave, looking at the standards. I've looked at it a bit differently because I've worked on projects in this town where we've done 24s, 26s, we've done 32s and 36s. If you take a look at the function of it, you know, it's an urban design issue. Dave Barakian is right on point. The applicant's right on point. They both have said the same thing. This is an urban design solution. The 24-foot wide drive, or 26, is going to be perceived as fairly tight. It is functional. It will work. It's consistent with past practice of this city. If you take a look at our private street standards, we start at 36-foot parking on both sides. If you take 8 feet off of each side, what do you have left in the middle? You have less than 24 for driving. If you go to our private street standard where it's a 32-foot street with parking on one side, you take 8 feet off of that, you're at 24. Functionally, that's what this is. So if you just net those out, I think what we need to do, just so it's easier for the staff to review, is to come back in, define our street standards so we have no parking, what a private street is, parking on one side, parking on two sides, and that way we can put our finger on the book and say this is that one and that one's this one. And it makes it a little bit easier, and I recognize the problem. Our codes and ordinances have been built over many years, and we've added to them and subtracted to them. At one point, our ordinance, the exact ordinance that Mr. Roos handed out, the figure that he pointed to said 22 feet. We changed it a while back to 24 because we thought 22 was a little bit too tight, that you really needed a little bit more, particularly where you have situations where somebody may pull up and park temporarily within a driveway, and at that point, if it's 22, they really have blocked it. But we're comfortable with 24 from a planning staff point of view. It will function. These are condos. People will choose to live there, and they will choose to live with this type of condition. Hopefully, they try the garages out and they're comfortable with the backup. If not, their bumpers will test the areas around it, and eventually they'll learn how to back out right.
Mr. Schoenberger.
One last point, Doug, on the vacation of arenas. We now have, if I've got this pictured right, we have a little half street that runs from Caballeros down behind the 1111 complex, and then we have another little half street that turns to the north on the east side of that complex. And will those conditions remain until the other sides of those little half streets are developed? And then is that all we're going to have there? Is just those two streets that are going to be a couple of blocks long each?
The way this is going to work west of Hermosa, we're going to end up with the roadway developed, and you're correct, we have half streets developed, and it's a patchwork. So eventually those will be connected, and then east of Hermosa, we would not have a street unless, as a local street, a development on the property to the north of this site were to come in and propose an extension. In all likelihood, they'll propose it as a driveway or something like that. We've looked at Section 14 master planning several different times, and one of the things that I think has been a liability for Section 14 is originally we put too many streets on the master plan, and we chopped it up. And I think what we're trying to do, and I think what was recognized in the Section 14 master plan, is that we have a fairly large piece of property to the north of this. It connects actually, adjacent to this property, and there's the possibility of having a large consolidated development if all the property owners could work together and not have a roadway bisect that. This will work good for the tennis center, which you looked at your last meeting, as well as for this property. I think we're comfortable not having that street. There's plenty of access to all those parcels on Tockwitz, Hermosa, and Sunrise.
Conrad?
I was gonna echo the same concern, and I guess I'll just have to take the tribal planning wisdom and your wisdom that arenas can be vacation, because with this project, it's a fait accompli that we won't have anything further. And I think the cul-de-sac is a creative solution to access to this property, which helps it a lot. If it only had the access off of Baristo, then it would be much more difficult. So the fact that they can exit and enter on either side is very helpful. But vacationing arenas worries me, but once again, I'm new to Section 14 planning, and I'm going to take your word for it, Doug.
Yeah, if I could just give you a parallel that's to the north of it, we took Andreas Road off the general plan where it was going to bisect a 30 or 40 acre parcel, you know, and it goes through behind the new Extended Stay America, services that project, ties in, loops to the north and to the south. It's really how Hermosa is going to operate here. And it gives us the opportunity to work with people and say, well, you know, that's a great project, but we're going to put this roadway through it, and the roadway is going to carry, you know, several thousand cars a day, which the surrounding streets have capacity to carry. I think it gives us an opportunity to encourage better development and better master plan development. I think initially when the street section in Section 14 was laid out, to a large degree it was laid out based upon ownership lines, maybe not the best circulation planning, and I think we've created more streets in Section 14 and probably a more chopped up circulation pattern than I think if you didn't look at ownership you would have originally planned. I think we're comfortable with it, and you know, we're going to have big chunks of land developed in that area, and north of here is probably commercial. Along the Baristo frontage to a depth equal to this, we're probably going to see mostly residential. It's probably best not having a commercial roadway between the properties where people can race by.
You ready to make a motion then, Ms. Conrad?
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Sure. Ms. Morantz?
Move approval of case number 5.0941-3.2272 and tentative track map 30941, application by Palm Springs Modern Homes 2 LLC for a general plan amendment to delete a portion of Arenas Road from the general plan circulation element and a tentative track map and related architectural approval to construct 48 condominium units. With item number 27 changed to 24 feet on the streets. And Mr. Roos, I think you need to deal with number 32. I think we'll just leave the wheel stops where they're at, okay? All right.
I'll second that. I'd like to add on the 24 feet and whatever, and we've seen a number of Mr. Cunningham's projects come through here, and they really have been some wonderful additions to the community. And I think when design and architecture win out over the day, you can grant variances and some things like this. And this is a great project, and I think one day we're probably going to talk about the gifted architect that's in the room that did this, and it's really a great project. Thank you.
Yeah. I echo that comment. I happened to be at the design review when this project first was presented, and I hadn't seen that much excitement from the other professional architects in the room in a long time. They were playing with the models and looking at it and trying to understand the concept, and it was really received well. Any further comments then? Motion by Mr. Moran, Ms. Moran, second by Mr. Matthews. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Conrad? Aye. Ms. Morantz?
Aye.
Mr. Matthews?
Aye.
Mr. Schoenberger?
Aye.
Mr. Klatchko?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0 with 2 abstentions. Having trouble talking this afternoon. And I think that's a cue for a brief recess. We still have a lengthy agenda, so let's just make it 10 minutes, and we'll be back at 5 after 4. please. We come to order, please. We're back in session. Agenda item number 5, case 5.0931. Application by Century Vintage Homes for Planned Development District and tentative tract map for the subdivision on 83.83 acre parcel into a 308 lot, 6,900 to 9,800 square foot lot, single-family residential gated community located at the northeast corner of Gateway Drive and Highway 111. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be abstaining on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Morant.
Thank you. The item before you is a large subdivision and planned development district, which would include both gated and non-gated components, and varying lot sizes through the planned development district process. 26 publicly accessed homes would be provided, as well as the remaining 282 homes within a gated community. Lots would range in size from approximately 5,000 square foot minimums to 7,500 square foot minimums, to a maximum of both 10,000 and 15,000 square foot lots inside the project. The site is a gradual slope of about 3.5 degrees across the entire site, and the project features unique setbacks in terms of what's allowed through the planned development district process. The applicant is asking for 20-foot front yard setbacks, 5-foot side yard setbacks, and 15-foot rear yard setbacks. Proposed prices are just over $145,000 per unit, and this is the previous site of the Broxmire project that you may recall some number of years back. A number of community meetings were held regarding this project, and concerns that the neighbors had included the relationship with the proposed project to the existing project, and I'll get into that in a little more detail in a moment, separation from the existing community, and sales prices. There were some mixed comments about the project design. The issue of gating private and public streets and the proposed stub streets were also primary issues discussed at the meeting. In terms of the project design, there's essentially two sets of models that the applicant is proposing. A 100 series and a 200 series, and I'll kind of walk you through those in a minute. Essentially, they're marketed to different groups. The 100 series, as the number implies, are smaller units in area and size, the number of rooms and such. And I'll kind of walk you through those in a moment as well. The project is designed with 2 points of entry. There are recreation areas related to the project, including common area amenities such as swimming pool, spa, tennis courts, tot play area, lawn, and passive recreation areas. Under the general plan and zoning designation, a maximum of 334 units could be allowed on the site. However, under the current design, 308 units are proposed at this time. The report mentions that a traffic impact study was prepared, and as part of the project's mitigation measures, the Gateway Drive and Eastgate Drive would be improved to the city design standards for the general plan collector street. In addition, fair share contribution would be made towards signalization of the intersection of Highway 111 and Gateway Drive. The applicant has designed the project so that the existing stub streets in the community are not internalized in this project, and the applicant proposes to use a landscape element on the outside of a perimeter wall as a solution to resolve aesthetics with these dead-end or stub streets. The engineering department has provided a series of conditions and has a solution for these, and that'll be one of the issues that we'll need to address following the public hearing. The engineering staff has also proposed an alternative solution to the issue of these streets, where the applicant will be required to remove existing curb and gutters and asphalt paving on the streets, construct driveway approaches, sidewalks, and common driveways into the existing properties which are currently served off of the streets. And we'll address those issues. The developer has some concerns in terms of the feasibility of that condition, and we'll present some information to you in greater detail on that subject. We have received a letter from the Sierra Club regarding the project with reference to the Highway 111 frontage and pathways that are provided. In regards to this condition, we have worked with the respondee, the Sierra Club, and are recommending a combined bikeway and sidewalk with future location of a potential equestrian easement at a future date. The right-of-way is wide enough that we're comfortable that it could accommodate all three of those disparate modes of transportation within the right-of-way while also meeting the Sierra Club's objectives. I would like to approach the boards, and I'll walk you through some key issues, and then I'll come back and have a little more follow-up. In terms of the project location, just for orientation purposes, on this site plan we have north on the top, there's Highway 111, Gateway Drive, Indian Avenue, San Rafael, and Tramview. As you can see, the proposed project fits adjacent to an existing primarily single-family residential community here, some multifamily in this area, and again, single-family and industrial neighborhood here, surrounded by unimproved or open desert in this area, and to the north. Further to the north is the Chino Canyon Levee, which essentially is the end of potentially developable land under the current general plan and conservation constraints we have in the area. This exhibit indicates ownership of some of the public parcels, and we also have another exhibit that talks about future development in the area, and I'm going to kind of walk through these. This parcel, also shown here, is controlled or owned by the Coachella Valley Water District. This is the location of the proposed project we're looking at today. Directly to the north of that and south of the levee is a large parcel controlled and wrapping around the center, which is controlled by the Bureau of Land Management. To the east of Indian is a large holdings, which is noted as Cathton Holdings, which is in this area, and then the Burnett projects you may have recalled from recent hearings in this area. So there is other development that's occurring in the area in kind of a similar edge condition up to and adjacent to the levee, which is essentially a limit line for development under the current conservation constraints that we have in this area. In terms of the subdivision itself, you'll see that the subdivision is proposed to take access in two manners. A primary access point will be from North Palm Canyon Drive or Highway 111 through Gateway to the main entry, which is in this area and is also blown up here. Secondary project access is along Tramview Road, which is this area, linking into the project. Again, the project does have a component of a public street and a larger component of private streets. One of the constraints or opportunities that the applicant felt in providing a public street connection was the requirement for a general plan connection from Tramview to Gateway Drive. General plan street, and the need to make the connection. This has been designed as a secondary according to general plan standards, 60-foot right-of-way. In this portion of the subdivision, again, it is public, it's not gated. The gating actually occurs here on the east side, which is depicted here, and sliding gates here, kind of a turnaround area. In terms of the entries, I'll kind of walk you through the design aspects of the project and then address some of the policy questions in a moment. This is the elevations of the front entry right here, which kind of match up to this site plan. You've got dual entry here for guests here with the card key, and a way around for residents. Usually want to bypass because they have automatic reader, and 2 lanes out. Dual gates here and here, which correspond to this kind of arbor element with the planted median here, and that. In terms of the Tramview Road entry, see this right here, kind of a landscape area here and here, landscaping in this area. The project frontage, as designed, how it faces on Lot G to Highway 111 Palm Canyon Drive, is depicted in this area, showing sidewalk improvements here and arbor and signage here, stucco finished, kind of high design, really creates an entry statement for the project. In terms of the recreation areas, which are proposed in this location, you'll see that we have pool, some tennis courts, small tot lot and passive areas here and here, and then a restroom, bathroom, and equipment area surrounded by palms. The project is structured into a number of phases, which would include the following. First phase would be the model complex, essentially this area, and the entry improvements and the recreation area. Second phase would be essentially south of the Alta Loma Road, and this gated area and non-gated public area. And then the third phase would include the rear portion, or the northern portion of the development. What I'd like to do is kind of walk you through the 100 and 200 plan series so you get an idea of the residential product that's proposed. The 100 plan has 4 models, 101 through 104, which are essentially targeted at empty nesters, couples, and I'll kind of walk you through that in a moment. But it's essentially a smaller home for a 50-foot wide lot. The 200 series are a little wider home, and they're designed for the 75-foot wide yard lots. And they're a little, essentially a step up in terms of the pricing and amenities that would be available. What I'd like to do is walk you through a couple of the key policy issues that have recurred from time to time, and then we'll provide some follow-up with the director so that he can put additional input in and then answer some questions you may have. In terms of the project design, the proposed Eastgate Road is important to the design in that it provides for the required general plan corridor, aids in circulation in the area, and offers an avenue for public access or a non-gated component to the project. It's a short direct route between existing neighborhoods, and for this reason the applicant feels as though this portion that's non-gated fits into the project. Also offers move-up opportunities for the adjacent neighborhoods. In terms of the ungated portion, again, that would be constructed in the second phase along with the gated portion. In terms of the demographics, again, the design team and the applicant have 2 separate residential products, what they call the Ventana or the 100 series, which are targeted towards singles, couples, empty nesters, second home buyers, and those people that kind of want minimal upkeep on a smaller lot. The 200 series or the El Dorado series provides for an opportunity for move-up buyers, empty nesters, and people that are maybe interested in having an RV on site. They think that they may have enough room to store an RV on those lots. So that's an issue in terms of who they're targeting and where they're targeting them at. In terms of the project and the relationship to the existing community, the redevelopment department is currently working on an infill project for the neighborhood, the Highland Gateway neighborhood. They have prepared a request for proposals and have had a number of responses from builders in the area that would like to construct houses on agency-owned lots. The redevelopment agency does own 18 lots in the area. However, they're going to start with a smaller batch to see if the program will work. They're looking at increments of probably 5 lots. They did receive a number of proposals from qualified bidders. They haven't selected a bidder, but the applicant here today is one of the teams that did submit a bid. They hope to have a decision on the RFP process and the infill development in the coming weeks. And the applicant thinks that there may be a benefit to being on site or being part of that in terms of economies of scale and having construction crews and workers on site, maybe doing some infill as well as the ungated and gated portions all at the same time. The applicant will insist that the project is not isolated, and that they're essentially building a new neighborhood that does have some connections to the existing neighborhood, but provides for the needs of buyers in the current market. The applicant is familiar with using gated communities, and that is kind of their modus operandi and other development that they have done in the Coachella Valley. They go into areas, but most of their projects are gated, so it is kind of the typical development response to current market conditions by the applicant. In terms of traffic and circulation, the developer in designing the project thought that the neighborhood could be vulnerable to traffic from North Palm Canyon Drive, and that was one of the impetus behind the design for the gates and the gated design. They're looking to design an enhanced neighborhood, and they feel that the ungated portion of their community will be a benefit to the existing neighborhood. It's not comparable to the condominiums to the south, but again, those are gated as well. And the applicant was interested in kind of tying that relationship, that there is a precedent for gated development in the area. With that, we'll go ahead and remind you that we did receive some correspondence in regards to this project. You have letters before you from the Tribal Planning Department in regards to archaeology. You have a legislative draft of revised conditions that were prepared following a meeting with the engineering department and the developer yesterday. And you have a couple of other letters from individual community members that have been provided to you at the meeting. I'll turn it over to the director, and he has a couple of key points he'd like to add.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to cover a couple of items. Alex, did you mention the revised conditions?
Yes.
Okay. You do have a set of revised conditions based upon a meeting we had with the applicant yesterday, and I know the applicant has a few other items that they'd like to address with the commission. What I'd like to do is spend a little bit of time and talk about the neighborhood meeting. We've had 2 neighborhood meetings, specifically where this project was on the agenda. The dates are in your staff report. One was earlier this month and one was several months ago. The first meeting was an introductory meeting. The applicant came to the meeting, made a presentation on the project and just the site planning. Staff was there. We answered some questions. We heard a range of comments from we don't want a gated community. We don't want to be isolated. We would like the streets to go through. To a gated community will not hurt us as a neighborhood. After that meeting, I sat around and met with probably 6 to 8 residents from the surrounding neighborhood and had a nice discussion about gated, non-gated, where do we have gated communities, where do we don't. And at that meeting, we had one neighborhood resident that was fairly vocal about he thought it would be better to have the project in a gated community than the open desert. This most recent meeting that we had was better attended. We had a couple of items on the agenda that brought neighborhood members out. One was this project. The other one was the redevelopment plan extensions, where we were talking about specifically the use of eminent domain, and we probably had 2 items on the agenda that made it even more challenging for the neighbors and the staff to kind of separate issues and have a consistent discussion relative to what both projects might mean. Clearly, what I heard at the second meeting from the group that was there, from the people that spoke, was they did not like the gated community, that they felt that the stub streets should go through and connect, that there should be a fully interactive community, and that they had concerns about the gates. At that meeting, I was probably more candid than I am sometimes, and I responded, and I said, I think the neighborhood may have to make a choice. A vacant lot for a long time, or possibility of a gated community, because it was my belief at that time, and I don't think I'm incorrect tonight. I don't think Century Homes is the builder for an ungated community. And I also feel that if a project's not approved on this site, the residential home builders in the Coachella Valley, which is a fairly small group of people, and they do a lot of communications, that this property will probably stay undeveloped for a while, because I'm not sure we'll have somebody cycle back on it unless it just is very attractive from a price point standpoint. Well, probably, if it were an ungated community, you probably would see a different housing product than you see up on the boards today. So you'd have some changes in an ungated community. History. And this is part of our community that if you haven't gone to a neighborhood meeting in this neighborhood and heard firsthand the history of the city and the concerns, you've missed really part of our past. A number of people lived in Section 14 in the 60s. They were relocated, and they weren't relocated gently. It was an urban renewal project in conjunction with the Indian lands as well as the city, and we basically relocated families, and some relocated into this neighborhood, some relocated into other neighborhoods in Palm Springs, some moved out of town. It's a very strong feeling even today. When you talk to people that were relocated when they were parents and they had kids, and then you talk to their kids about what it was like to be relocated, it was not probably the highest point of the community's history. When we talk about neighborhood planning in the Desert Highland Gateway area, I got to tell you, it's a neighborhood that requires all of our skills as a city to make it a better neighborhood, and we've been trying very hard for a number of years with the investment at the community center, with the investment in law enforcement, the investment in code enforcement, community preservation, and housing programs. Not all of our programs has been successful, but I think the feedback we're getting is the neighborhood is better today than it was 6 years ago. We've been really consistent with code enforcement, and the neighborhood group has been very supportive of that. We're at a point where, we've got to make some tough planning decisions and development decisions relative to this property and how it fits in the neighborhood. We've got a letter. It's a very well-written letter by one of the gentlemen that participated in the second meeting, Wayne Gilchrist. I don't think anybody could have written a stronger letter from the standpoint of the feeling of many people in the neighborhood. And I've talked to Mr. Gilchrist after the last meeting, during the meeting, a little bit today, and I think he understands the fact that this is a tough decision. He also owns one of the properties on a stub street, and he would prefer that they go through and connect as opposed to being closed, I think, in either scenario that Alex outlined. From the standpoint of, in looking at this project, one of the issues that came up at the community meetings was, what are the community benefits? And we put them in the staff report, but I'd like to go through them quickly. We can't quantify them. We tried to list them, and everybody could take a position and debate how significant they are or not. First and foremost, 26 new homes would be constructed on Eastgate. Eastgate roadway would be publicly accessed and connect the Gateway neighborhood with the Desert Highland Community Center and make a much shorter walk, bicycle ride, or drive from the park to the west side of this neighborhood. The tamarisk trees, which are in the backyards, have been a problem for the homeowners, significant problems. They would be removed. New property owner rear yards would have new block walls. And if the owners would like, as they take out the tamarisk trees, they'll probably end up having to take out some of the old fencing. And existing neighbors get block walls where, you know, there's currently tamarisk trees and a range of different types of fencing. The North Palm Canyon Drive access to the neighborhood clearly is upgraded, gives it a strong feel, as strong as any place in our community, in any neighborhood, and that's a strong statement when you come into a neighborhood. You know, how does it look? What's the curb appeal? And it would clearly and dramatically change. We believe, you know, in community planning, and this is probably one of the most debatable points. If we had, you know, a community meeting underway, I know I'd get some comments from the crowd. Typically, new development raises property values in this neighborhood, and based upon the community meeting comments, some people are concerned that it may not raise property values much, may not be substantial enough to offset the gating of the community. But clearly, I think over time, the type of investment, the type of improvements would help property values. I don't think it would hinder property values. Just the new development itself will act as a windbreak. The sand won't blow the way it does today. The wind will blow differently, and it'll be a bit more comfortable for people, even with the removal of the tamarisk trees. 82 acres is a windbreak, far exceeds anything you could do with a tree break. The majority of the utilities would be undergrounded. There's some areas where we're not sure it can be done, but we're working on that. Overall community design, we've talked about, and I think probably the kicker that I think we wish we were further along with is, you know, a redevelopment agency program that may include Century Homes to do some new home building in the neighborhood, possibly some more creative ways of dealing with neighborhood improvements. And I think that, you know, if we got real creative, we might find ways to help people that are ready to move up, you know, work with existing properties where the market sector might not be ready to help quite yet. Commissioner Caffrey has raised some of those questions. I think we have to get more creative with the agency and our housing funds. We've done some self-help projects with Coachella Valley Housing Coalition, and I think what the redevelopment agency would like to do with their current RFP is try and create a stronger housing product that has better acceptance in the neighborhood, and without committing all the lots at once, you know, do it in phases. Century Homes wishes they would have been selected already because they'd like to help with that. They're going to be there working if the project's approved. The last issue that was raised in the letter in the community meeting was we did hear from some of the residents, and then there were lots of nods in the audience that they would like to have a nighttime meeting so that they can address the Planning Commission as well as the council from the standpoint that this is a working community and people just can't take the afternoon off to come down. And I think we've been able to find in the audience today one neighborhood resident that's been able to get the afternoon off to come down. He's also the gentleman that wrote you the letter. Mr. Chairman, we gave you a very lengthy staff report. We try not to do that, especially on long days, but this project has some pretty significant issues for you to debate after hearing the public's input, the developer's input, and we'll certainly try to help you with your recommendation to council. The project schedule and the developer is going to address in her comments that she does have some escrow issues relative to closing a property. That continued time schedule on this starts getting into some critical time frames relative to options on property. but I'll have the applicant address the specifics. Mr. Chairman, that completes our report, and we appreciate your patience.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you being so thorough, and in light of the fact that we do have a lengthy agenda and there may be a lot of comments, let's just go right into the public hearing. Anybody wishing to address us, please come forward at this time. We would ask that you limit your comments to 5 minutes. Please give us your name and sign the clipboard before you leave.
Excuse me, as applicant, I would like to follow all public comment. Thank you.
I don't see. Are there any public comments? Please come forward.
Mr. Chairman and members, I own property in Villas 2, which is adjoining this project, and I just wanted to state that I and my husband do prefer the guarded gate for safety reasons and for the seniors and older people, also for children because of all the objections and abductions of the children. So I just wanted to say that one fact.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, may I ask your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lorraine Colley.
And if you would sign the clipboard, we'd appreciate it right in front of you there. Thank you. Are there any other public comments? The applicant's representative would like to come forward. I suggest you do so.
Well, we have several items back and forth. Good afternoon, Chairman and other members of the Commission. My name is Marty Butler, and I'm with Century Kroll Communities, and also our engineering firm, Manero Smith and Associates. We are both up here to bring up a couple of issues and conditions. The first thing I would like to say is I would really appreciate your support in moving this issue on. I think that the City Council meeting at night will fulfill the obligation that some of these people in the Desert Highlands and Gateway Estates area are concerned about, and they will be able to attend that meeting. We are supposed to close escrow on this property at the end of January, and with additional notification and timing that would have to be involved in another Planning Commission meeting, it would sincerely impact that closing. So I'm asking you, based on financial considerations and hardship, that you would hear our issue today and would pass us forward to the City Council, if at all possible. And thank you on that point. And then, Margo, do you want to talk first? Margo, we have some issues. We just received this adjusted conditions of approval, the same as you have today, and there were some issues that were changed, and there are some issues that still need to be addressed. So we'd just like to draw your attention to a couple of items. And Margo's going to go through some, and then I'll pick up a few others.
Good afternoon, Commission. Margo Tebow, Manero Smith and Associates. First, I wanted to thank the staff. They've worked very well with us, very cooperative on a very short time frame. This is a very aggressive project, an exciting one, and I wanted to thank all of the staff for their help. I'd like to direct your attention to Condition 38, which is one of the mitigation measures of the environmental assessment. We would like language added in there that if the Air Quality Management District wants to review the fugitive dust plan, we'd be glad to submit it to them. It's been our experience that they don't normally review that. In addition, Condition 39, the project will not be able to balance on site. There will be an import of approximately 35,000 cubic yards. The site has a great elevation change across it. In order to meet grading issues, drainage issues, we will not be able to achieve that, so we would ask for a modification of that. In addition, Condition 40, there will be some gasoline-powered equipment on the site, so we're asking that the words direct internal combustion engine we're asking for that to be deleted because there will be a combination of diesel and gasoline-powered equipment. On Condition 46, this is, again, under the mitigation measures. There is wording in the engineering conditions. It's wording on Condition 76 that is much more explicit and better addresses the issue. So we would ask that.
Excuse me, which item did you mention?
I'm on 46
46,
of the legislative draft.
Chairman, I think we're all having a little bit of problem because the conditions she's looking at are in the new handout we got just before the meeting. They're not in our original packet. So
Let's try to
I
follow along
apologize. I
Exhibit
noticed
A,
you
the
shuffling your
addition.
paper, and I didn't stop. I apologize.
looks like this. He's got a mess up here.
Are we all following along? We've had comments on 38, 39, 40, and now 46. I'm sorry, please go forward.
I'm sorry. I know you have a busy. I'm trying to not take too much of your time. I can certainly repeat or go back if someone has an additional question. On condition 46, there is an engineering condition, which is number 76, which better addresses the environmental concerns and that condition. So we're asking that that language in number 76 be instituted into number 46. On condition 60, this is in response to the letter that the city received from the Sierra Club. We're very supportive of that. We believe we can accommodate a design. And I discussed briefly with the city engineer at the break, rather than putting in a 5-foot sidewalk and a 10-foot bikeway, we believe that a 12-foot combination will be a better design, will meet Caltrans's specifications as well as the city's. We can do either or. We would just like the flexibility on that. Couple of conditions with respect to the fire department conditions. On conditions 65 and 66, we'd like language inserted or as approved by the fire department. On condition 72, we would just like a reference to the municipal code section because there are some limitations on square foot construction.
Which number was that?
I'm sorry, 72.
Thank you.
And then, I think, almost to the end, a couple more. Condition number 4 of the engineering conditions, which require, deals with the Stubb Street issue. And in addition to that, engineering conditions 17 through 42. We are not in agreement with the engineering's position regarding those stub streets. We have presented an alternative design that we think will work very well, and we are asking that those conditions be deleted. And I believe in conclusion, condition number 80 is the last condition that we're asking for relief on. This has to do with the undergrounding of utilities. We realize the Planning Commission is a recommending body, and that would be up to the City Council, but I did want to include that into the record. There are some of the adjacent utility lines that can be undergrounded, and we're certainly willing to do that, but there are some overhead services and some complications on the east side, and we will be asking for relief from undergrounding all of those utility lines on the east side. And again, I apologize for the rapid fire. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you.
I have one more item that was not brought in, and then I just want to make a statement about the project. And under fire conditions 64B, this calls for fire sprinklers in all residences. We just became aware of this issue. We're concerned about it. We would like a review. We understand that the Planning Commission does not have jurisdiction over this, but we would like this read into the public record, that we would like an exception on this item as the previous developer was exempted from it in their environmental assessment and their conditions of approval. And then I'd also like to point out that When we first brought this project to the city, we were very excited about it. We felt that it served a lot of need and provided a type of housing that Palm Springs doesn't have right now, and that's affordable housing for everyday people. We feel that that it isn't a crime or a horrible thing to gate a community. We feel that it does add a little bit of prestige to a community, and it helps our marketing efforts tremendously. And we are on the outskirts of the city, and we're in an area that I would have to tell you quite honestly, no one has come to build for about 20 years. We would be the first people coming through the door since the Palm Springs Villas project. We have every hope that we will be, and belief that we will be successful, and it will be a good project, and it will be of benefit to the city. And we're definitely not trying to offend the neighbors or the neighborhood. Sometimes I wonder if people are used to 30 or 40 years of a situation. Change is sometimes a frightening aspect, and then objections don't become common sense, they become emotional objections of just, gee, I don't want something different. But I really believe that, in fact, we've talked to the redevelopment agency, those 26 homes that are on Eastgate Drive, we have approached them because in a number of situations similar to this, we have had the city offer silent second programs and interesting financing so that residents that live in the adjacent community or their relatives or whatever can move into a nice new home and can be by the people that they know and care for. And we just did a project similar to this in Indio, and we went into a neighborhood that I think at first was a little, not negative, not in the way that this group of people have been, but just sort of guarded and wary. And it's turned out to be a great situation because a lot of their family members and friends have moved into the neighborhood. And it's 66 units, and it is gated. And it does not have amenities. It is just, again, a situation where, you know, some of our residents will need security. They are on the outskirts of town there. They're bordering on Highway 111, which has millions of people going up and down that area. And some of our buyers, a small percentage, may be second home or vacation buyers, and they will need the security of knowing that they are behind a gated community. So we didn't approach it the way Mr. Gilchrist is looking at it. I'm sorry he does view it that way, but that was not our intent and not our purpose whatsoever. And I really hope you look at it as we do, as a positive addition to the community and not as a negative. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Anybody else would like to speak on this issue? Please come forward.
Commissioners, might you, I have noticed that you guys are easily the best looking commission in almost a year. Just want you to know that.
Can we get your name?
I'm Jeff Juraski, residence of 2352 Volturno in Palm Springs here. I wanted to make comment on this development, and don't get me wrong, I think the residential aspect of this planned development is truly the best solution for this piece of dirt, way more than I felt the RV community ever was. I think the housing product here is well needed, and will be well respected and well received. My point here is the segregation of this community from its neighbors. And in any neighborhood planning, good neighborhood planning as far as I'm concerned, is to extend community, extend the activities of community, extend the interactivity of communities. That is to say, the Gateway Highland community is rather unique in many ways, but one way it is truly a wonderful community is because it's so vibrant. You have families, you have children playing with each other, you have children playing in the streets, you have a lot of interactivity among neighbors. More so there than in most communities in the city. The part of the reason that that happens is because you have common front yards, you have sidewalks and streets, and you have a lot of people who are going to school and walking by each other's houses and getting a visual connection to their neighbors. When you start developing a community adjacent to that with not a terribly different housing product, and you want to encourage people to move up or to interact with each other, when you put a gated community there, you cannot drive by and see your neighbors there. You cannot walk through the gates to visit your neighbors. You can't have trick-or-treating going on at Halloween. You cannot walk over to your friend's house and do homework together. You have two separate entities at that point in time. Whether the argument is valid or not with gated communities, whether it's a security to be behind a gated community, studies have shown that it is a perceived security. It is a marketing popularity tool. And indeed, it works in some instances, and I think basically the real estate industry would back that up. If you're going to have a walled, gated community, you go down valley to Palm Desert and you find communities that have armed security patrols, you have 8-foot walls, those work. If you have gated communities that are 6 feet tall, any burglar who wants to get in there is going to hop that wall and be in there as easily as if there wasn't a gate. I'm very much opposed in community standards in this city to establishing segregated communities. If you have a total different housing product, like a community that is basically condominiums, multi-story, or you empty out onto a thoroughfare or something, that's a little different story. And we've seen over the past couple of years where we have allowed gated communities because of that. But when you're talking about extending a residential community like the Desert Gateway, Highlands area, to put this in there as an aberration to the consistency of that entire development, I think that's a crime. It's happened down valley in Cathedral City, all over the place, and certainly in Palm Desert. And if you drive down there, there is no sense of community whatsoever. None. And frankly, that's the reason I live here. And I hope you take a look at that. And frankly, I think you need to listen very substantially to the community efforts and their discussions relative to what I just covered, because I think they're dead on point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Drowski. Anybody else like to speak?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Simon Hausman. 2430 Palermo Drive, Palm Springs. I'm here because Mr. Broxmeyer is in Florida and asked me to stop by and speak to you about his thoughts. Mr. Broxmeyer has owned this property for over 40 years. He has some serious concerns about the city of Palm Springs. He's been actively involved in the city of Palm Springs for most of that time. His concern and the reason he has gone forward with supporting this project is because he thinks it's an excellent bridge. He's noticed the inactivity in that part of the town for a long time. And he's noticed that there needs to be something done to stimulate this part of the community. He sees this project as a bridge to do that. It has an element that is within a gated community, but it has a significant part that is not within the gated community. It finishes a road, which if this project does not go through, will most likely sit unfinished for a long time and continue to disrupt the natural flow there. I would like to turn briefly to the issue of the substreets. If you take a careful look at the photographs, numbers 8, 9, and 13 on the wall, you'll find that those substreets, because they do not carry traffic going through, have become useful to the community. You'll look carefully, you'll find the basketball hoops are there. The suggestion of the engineering department is to tear them out and put in a common driveway. I would suggest to you that common driveways tend to lower the value of single-family residences, which are already there, rather than raise them. The streets are being used, and I suggest that that would be a better use to allow that to continue. The city can vacate those easements if it wishes, and eventually the community will absorb them as they choose. Mr. Broxmeyer's concern is to advance the community without being disruptive of what is there and not being disrespectful of the people who are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hausman. Any other speakers? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Back to commissioners. Mr. Evans, you wish to comment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I could talk about the short streets, also referred to as the stub streets. The majority of the houses have driveways and garages that are on the north side, so you have to come all the way down those little short streets and turn in. So they'd be long driveways. Alex, did you go over the exhibit that shows how that works?
No.
Could you get it so we can go over it if the commission would like? We have an exhibit that engineering put together that shows how those short street works, and Alex will get that and show it to you if you would like. In 1990, we had a residential development. It too was intended to be a gated community, although it was an affordable project. The city asked that developer to abandon the stub streets, fix the driveways and basically take out the street. That developer sent out a questionnaire. It was a fairly worded questionnaire to the homeowners on all of those properties, and unanimously it came back saying, don't touch my street. I like the way it is. It's okay. We didn't have the type of community involvement that we have today back then, so we didn't have neighborhood meetings and spend a lot of time talking about it. I can tell you that in our community meetings, we've had people say, extend the streets and make them public, but I haven't heard anybody say they want to close the streets and abandon them yet. And in fact, after that meeting, a couple of residents talked to us about it. One of the residents came back in, and I believe she met with Marcus Fuller in engineering, and her comment was, support the gated community and don't change the streets. So engineering did send a letter out to all those property owners again. I'm not sure if we've had any additional responses. If we did, Marcus or Dave Barakian will give you the nod and let you know they need to give you an update. But so far, what we've heard is those property owners would like to hear more about the street abandonment, and we would do that at the next neighborhood meeting, which would be before the city council meeting. That completes our remarks, Mr. Chairman, but we do have another exhibit if you'd like to take a look at the effects of the engineering conditions as they're written in the staff report.
I'll leave it to the commissioners. I think we've seen enough, but if anybody wants something, we'll bring out more. Comments? Questions? Ms. Conrad?
Start with a totally off-the-wall question, and I'm sorry for the indulgence. What amenities are there at the Desert Highland Community Center?
The community center at Desert Highland is a very extensive community project. There are ball fields, lighted ball fields. There's a gymnasium. There's a computer lab with state-of-the-art brand-new computers. There's a community room. They do a lot of educational programs, after-school programs, music programs, and obviously athletic events. We've got, a great community mural, on the outside of the gymnasium, and then immediately adjacent and on the park property, we have a Head Start program in a separate facility, and then most of the traditional amenities you'd find in a park. It's the largest single community center in the community. We don't have anything that's comparable. We don't have any other city-owned gymnasiums. So it's really the hub of the neighborhood, and I can tell you when you call a community meeting, you get the best neighborhood response of any neighborhood in Palm Springs, both in interest, both in number of people, and consistency of participation. You get to know everybody.
Was there ever a plan for a pool?
Have not heard of plans for pools. Pools are very, very expensive, and we're challenged to keep the one we have open and maintained. So I don't know the history. I'd have to check with the Parks and Rec Department on whether or not we've ever discussed pools as an amenity.
Mr. Grinch.
I've been through both communities, the Gateway and the Desert Highlands many times. I went up there again this morning, drove through. I've got to applaud the applicant for a compromise with the extra homes to the east side to try to tie them together. Gateway is one community, and you go through it, the houses are fairly well maintained. As you go around the corner, it just hits you right in the face. I would say 30% of the lots are vacant, 25% of the structures are boarded up, another 25% are basically run down, and probably code enforcement needs to get up there again with cars on blocks and broken equipment and trash everywhere. And there's a good solid 25% where people are really maintaining and have pride in their property. So, we get into this issue now, we're dealing with social and community issues here besides approving a subdivision. So it's real tough. And, as I looked at it, looking at gating versus not gating, I have to look at it as a fenced community that has gates. It's new. Everything that's new going in is fenced, and this just happens to have gates to separate it. Again, there's a flow. If redevelopment comes through and you're going to work with them to do some infill in the Desert Highlands, I think that that's going to help a lot. There was one house that was being rebuilt as I went through there today. But the North End's always been tough. It's just, I've been here for some years, and I have people that work for me that live up there. I don't think it's a good solution. I personally think that if this project doesn't go through, nothing's going to happen up there for many, many years. I think it ties with the project, that access with those homes that are available with the public access route will tie back in redevelopment to probably bring this community back together, sort of along what Mr. Juraski said.
Mr. Schomburger.
We saw this project again at our last study session, and I made some comments at that time, and I've had a chance now to think about the project a little more since then, and also an opportunity today to have a better perspective of where this project fits in to the existing neighborhoods and also the undeveloped land to the north and to the west. And I expressed concerns at the study session with isolating this community by walls and gates and its impact on the neighboring existing communities. But I also continue to have a real concern with the impact of this development as it's planned. Not only on the existing neighborhoods adjacent to the property, but on the undeveloped property to the north and to the west. Tramview Road, it seems to me, should go through to 111. And the way this project sits now, if I read the map right, Tramview Road is going to be cut off at the westerly border of this property. The only other access that you have from Indian to 111 is all the way down at San Rafael. And so that the next connector that you could have from Indian to 111 would be virtually all the way up at the dike. And that concerns me because I think what it means is that the BLM property to the north, the Water District property to the west, by approving this project, they're almost destined also to be gated and walled communities unto themselves, not connected to the rest of the city and not connected to the rest of that area. So that I have some real reservations about the way this site plan has been presented to us. And I am concerned about, and I am affected by Mr. Juraski's comments. I share some of his philosophy on trying to integrate our neighborhoods, and as I've said before on a number of occasions, and those thoughts apply here fairly strongly. On the other hand, this would be a very valuable addition to our community, and I think this would be a very important project for the north end of town. I think it would help property values. I think it would revitalize that end of town. It's been years, nothing's happened there. If this project isn't built, my guess is it'll be years again before we see anybody come in and want to do something in that area. I see this as a very important project. I would love to see it built. So that kind of brings me to of trying to think about this project without the walls and the gates. And I know the developers' feelings about that. Probably if the walls and gates aren't approved, this developer is not going to build that project. But I would ask the developer to think about that. And what would be so bad with extending Tramview to the edge of this property so that it could be extended to 111 at some later time? Now, it's probably going to be a long time before the Water District property is developed, but eventually it seems to me that'll be residential housing. It just, it may be a long way in the future, but it'll be residential housing. I think the BLM property someday will be residential housing. And what would be so bad about extending some streets in a south to north direction across this property? So that they could connect to the BLM property to the north someday, and open up that community to the communities to the south. What would be so bad about having a street or two, probably two streets, running across this property in an east-west direction in addition to Tramview? A lot of things could be done to create privacy even with the streets. With berming, some wrought iron fencing, with nicely done entryways. I don't see that this development has to have walls and has to have gates. I think it could be a very viable, beautiful addition to our city without them. I know the developer expressed concerns about the amenities, and that there at one or more of these community meetings, it was expressed by neighborhood people that, well, the people in the neighborhood want to come and use the amenities, but that can be controlled. It could be controlled by where the amenities are placed. It could be controlled again by berming, fencing, car gates. A number of things could be done to allow those amenities to be used by the people who are paying for them and not by others. So and obviously this is asking for the best of both worlds, but I can see this as a wonderful addition to our city. I could see it as a viable project if the site plan were done so that we do have through streets, that we don't have walls all around this project, and that we try to find a way to preserve some privacy for this community, but at the same time not isolate it. So that's my thoughts. I'm not going to be able to approve this plan as it sits, but I would urge the developer. It sounds to me like Mr. Broxmeyer would love to sell this property, and that if an extension were needed on the escrow, one could be had. I think this issue is too important to try to rush through it. So, I mean, those are my thoughts.
Mr. Matthews?
I find myself in a similar paradox where I think this would be a great project for the neighborhood. And it would be a nice development up there. And I'd really like to encourage the developer, but frankly, I'm less concerned about their closing deadline than I am about community input. I'm looking around the room here, and there's a little dichotomy. Doug talked about the best attended public hearings are at the Jesse Community Center, and there's a room of 7 Caucasian commissioners and not many colored faces in the audience, and people aren't here. So I think there needs to be an effort to make sure that there is an evening hearing, maybe at that community center, to discuss it, because I think this is a great opportunity for the neighborhood, but I don't feel comfortable making the decisions on behalf of that neighborhood when I have participated in what's been an increasingly vibrant community where there's great community leadership coming forward and doing really important things in that neighborhood. And as Doug sort of mentioned, the last 10 years in the Highland Gateway Estates have been better than the previous 10. And I'm at a loss. I love elements of this project, but I need to hear from the people that live there, because I think there are compromises that can be made here. And if that's too much for the developer and too much for the property owner, then I suspect this property is going to sit vacant for another 20 years. But I'm not comfortable doing much with it until I've heard from the community. So that's sort of how I feel.
Any further comments? Ms. Conrad?
Yeah, I hate to speak again. I don't want to punish the developer for having the vision to see that this could be a viable project, and I applaud them for that. I think that the solution to the stub streets is inelegant, and if this were a different demographic neighborhood, I think that there might be people rushing to embrace vacation of the streets instead of saying just leave our paved playground, which is unfortunate. And I agree with Mr. Schoenberger that some alternate site plan would be preferable. And Mark, I wish you would have just made a motion to continue. I think that we should. I move that we continue this for further study.
Mr. Evans, did you want to make a comment?
Mr. Chairman, if you want to, you could wait for a second and then discussion, but it's your pleasure.
Go ahead, make your comment.
Okay. I just had a quick word with the developer, and they, I believe, if you were to ask the developer to come to the podium and ask a choice of continuance or denial, they would ask for a denial today and move on up to council.
Okay, that other motion died for lack of a second, so I'll move to deny the project.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mr. Matthews and a second by Mr. Caffrey for denial. Are there any further comments? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Conrad?
Aye.
Mr. Matthews?
Aye.
Mr. Grinch?
No.
Mr. Schoenberger?
Aye.
Mr. Caffrey?
Aye.
Mr. Klatchko?
Aye. Motion carries, I guess it's 5-1 with one abstention.
And Mr. Chairman, what we'll do is, this will go up to council. We'll have to do it as an appeal. It doesn't automatically go up, so we'll work with the applicant on filing a very fast appeal. And staff will continue to work with the applicant in the neighborhood. We've got a community meeting in a few weeks where we get to go back and talk to the neighborhood again. We'll give the applicant some ideas of a hybrid, of maybe a little bit more non-gated area, maybe a little bit different circulation plan. you know, we'd like to try to work this, and I clearly heard from the commissioners you would like to work on a project here and try to work with Century, and they obviously have a concern that's a business issue that they have to move on.
And I trust, as always, you'll bring the various thoughts of the commissioners to the council's attention. Obviously, it's a well-thought-out opposition and not just a blank vote without an expression of the feeling.
Clearly, I did not hear the commission opposed to a project. You're concerned about the gated community and how that might work, and you wanted more time to allow this to maybe be worked out. And that's how I would report it, and I think that's what the commission direction.
I'm sure there's nobody here, and if they are, they can speak for themselves, that wouldn't love to see this project in a different form.
I want to echo that too. I think that it would be a great project, and probably the best solution is to get this matter worked out at the council at a nighttime meeting.
Thank you. Then next item for consideration is number 6, case 5.0933, application by Windtech Energy Limited for a conditional use permit to install a cogeneration facility that generates hydrogen gas from wind power located at 18510 Karen Avenue. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this is a project proposed by Windtech Energy. It's a conditional use permit to allow cogeneration facility to generate hydrogen from existing wind power electricity that's generated adjacent to the site. It's located at 18510 Karen Avenue. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that general location. It is north of I-10, and it is also, it would be south of Dillon Avenue, east of Karen Avenue. It's basically adjacent to Karen at the corner of Karen and 19th. The objective is to generate hydrogen from wind-generated electricity. It's a project that is going to be a research project with co-sponsors of the South Coast Air Quality Management District and the U.S. Department of Energy. It'll be a 2-year research project, which is also the extent of the conditional use permit. It's a 2-year term on the permit. The facility site's quite modest. It's 80 by 85 feet, so it's 6,800 square feet. There's a half-dome structure that I would like to emphasize that it is strictly for a windbreak. It's a geodesic dome framework, but only half of it will be covered, and that is to protect the generator and the water storage aspect of it. It also, the material covering can be pulled up and down at will. So it's, and it'll be monitored for wind direction. Fire department had concerns and would not approve this project without hydrants, et cetera, as a full geodesic dome covering. So that's a compromise that we've resolved for that. The other equipment on the site is a tube trailer that will hold the low pressure hydrogen tubes that will, this fuel will be actually used by the Sunline system to fuel their buses. And so of course they will have to come and pick that up, and there will be a storage area there on the trailer. There will actually be a dispenser, but that will be used modestly. Sunline does not intend to come out with buses and pump fuel, but there could be that potential. Basically, I'm going to leave it at that. That's a very quick overview. I appreciate any questions that you might have. Staff does recommend approval on this conditional use permit as to per the conditions that we have drawn up. So are there
Thank you
any-
very much.
You're
Members in the audience, we'd ask to, if you want to make some comments, we'll invite you at the appropriate time, but if there are comments that are not addressed to the rest of us, you could take it out in the audience, out in the, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Caffrey.
A couple quick questions. I was in the design review on this, and one of the architects brought up the thought of doing 2/3 coverage. Was that kiboshed by the fire department?
Yes.
Okay.
I spoke with the fire marshal this morning, and he cannot go there. That
Okay.
would be a structure, and we want to maintain it just as a windbreak. So-
Okay. And then in addition to that, how is the site secured?
Oh,
Wall?
excellent question. I'm sorry I didn't address that. There will actually be cyclone fencing around the entire project, and there will be a dual cyclone fence adjacent to Karen Avenue. There's an existing fence right now. They're going to go in 15 feet and put another cyclone fence, so you have a double-gated facility. This will also maintain as a clean, debris-free area, et cetera.
Cyclone, is that a chain link fence?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Mhm.
How are they going to screen for, like, storage tanks and things like that?
There won't be any, the only screening will be that half-dome structure.
Okay, so they don't leave storage tanks on site, then they're on the left?
No, actually, this tube trailer that will hold the long tubes of hydrogen will be exposed, will be outside. We will not have a covering. Of course, that's how it'll be transported back and forth. That's how to the bus site.
So it's going to be a trailer sitting out in the middle of the desert with
I have
interesting stuff sitting on it.
I have a photo of
Okay.
that, if you'd like to see it.
I don't know, that sounds like a problem. I don't know. I'll let the other commissioners determine that.
I think, do you have safety concerns in regards to this?
Well, just to have a trailer sitting out in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of tanks on it in a hydrogen facility might be tempting to somebody with a chain link fence. Doesn't sound very secure to me.
We've taken a look at this from a security standpoint and the like, and you're right on point that there's no way to fully secure it. The applicant or co-applicant for this, Wintech Energy, probably knows this area better than anybody. They've been dealing with the security issue in a way that if we were to tell you security stories, some of them you wouldn't believe. Without a doubt, they're going to have a challenge relative to the interest. The good news of this location is unless you want to travel roughly a quarter of a mile on a pretty rough dirt road, you're not going to get to it. You're probably not going to see it. But that doesn't mean that they haven't had problems in the wind parks with extremely creative thieves. It's a 2-year project. It's a pilot project, and one of the challenges will be, in the test, will be is the security side of it.
What about like a 3-sided block wall, open on the top, just something they could back that trailer into so it's out of sight, out of mind?
Certainly it could be done. It's a cost issue for them, but you could try to do that. If you tried to do that, it could be advantageous for kind of protecting the sides of the trailer and the wheels so that it'd be more difficult to pop them off. They're going to come off.
Any other questions to staff before we open the public hearing? Mr. Schoenberger?
Doug, can we put, this is a 2-year project, what happens at the end of 2 years?
At the end of 2 years, they'll evaluate whether or not it was productive and feasible as far as a commercial venture. If it was successful, you might have a larger conditional use permit. Without a doubt, you get to review it at the end of 2 years because it ceases. I think their grant program is structured around a 2-year pilot project.
So
it's a research R&D project right now.
So in 2 years, in 2 years, either the CUP will expire or they're going to have to come back and we'll get another look at it.
And one of their tests is going to be in this area is if they have problems with just operational vandal type issues, that'll be part of their test. For a 2-year project, it's a challenge to say build a building. I think they've got some issues that we've talked to them about, the half dome. It won't work. They'll find that out the first time the wind changes and they can't move the fabric around fast enough. It'll be gone. And they know that too. I mean, these are people that work in one of the windiest places in the United States.
Ms. Brands?
Yeah, I had one quick question with the, quote, chain link fence. There are ways to screen that as well, as far as putting the strips through it so it can't be seen. Is that something that possibly the applicant would consider?
In this area, I'd suggest that, one, from a wind standpoint, it's just going to collect debris. Two, open and transparent, with the
Okay,
topography.
at least they can see inside, yeah.
Well, it's an issue of long-term aesthetics. If you put the slats in, you'd see a long linear line in the desert, which would be foreign, and with just open chain link, it's invisible from Interstate 10. I don't think the slats would, if somebody's going to vandalize this, they won't care what's there.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Grange?
Did the fire department have a concern for so many cubic feet of hydrogen gas just sitting out in the desert, basically inside a chain link enclosure? Once that's full, it's going to be a big boom if it exploded.
They were very comfortable. The fire folks are here. They understand this. They've researched
Better
it.
than
The fire
downtown.
marshal, the fire marshal's in the audience. I'd defer to Carl Tebow with that. But we
hear it in town if it goes off.
With that, then, we'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to address us, please come forward, and the fire marshal may be one of those that wish to address us and satisfy our concerns.
Good afternoon, Carl Tebow. Looking at the site as we did, actually, that was probably the best place for something like that to be stored because of its openness and because it's out in an area where it's not populated. So if we're going to allow something like that, that's probably the best location for it. The geodesic dome, I don't know whether that was explained to you or not, but to start moving it beyond the half dome creates a building, and then we're back to roadways, hydrants, fire sprinkler systems, and all those other things. So that was the reason for not approving it as such. Is there any other questions that I can answer?
There may be some questions after the close of the public hearing.
The other thing with the hydrogen gas that we've learned looking at this project is it's lighter than air, so any leaks that occur are going to go directly up or depending on which way the wind blows. And you're right, an ignition could occur, but hopefully it's going to be plenty far away from anything that's going to affect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, did you have a comment?
Yeah, could I ask the fire marshal a question?
Sure.
Could they keep the top open and enclose the outsides, say 8 feet up the sides of the geodesic dome, keep the top completely open?
Certainly be acceptable that way as well, without a roof of any sort on it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'd suggest that you, unless you have, the commissioners have a real concern about a half dome or however we do a half, just let us work with them because it's going to need some field adjustments over time, I think.
All right. Well, we've still got the public hearing on. We'll debate that when the time comes. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak?
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Copeland. I'm with Windtech Energy. To give you a brief synopsis of the security issue, this is an active wind farm. And unfortunately, everything at that end of the city, we've had some security concerns. Currently, we have 3 different security companies that are in the area. We also have, Windtech has its own security that patrols throughout the night. Unfortunately, there is no way to, because the acreage, to prevent all security concerns, but we have addressed those issues. The park itself is fenced. This enclosure, this 80 by 85 foot enclosure is also fenced. So that it's going to be 2 gates that somebody's going to have to cut through to get in, but we believe that we can keep any of the goodies locked securely so nothing can be removed.
Thank you, Mr. Copeland. Any other speakers? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Back to the commission. Mr. Caffrey.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I'm comfortable with staff dealing with this, and
Make a motion.
in a minute, I'll make it. I would just ask that staff maybe further examine that idea about the 8-foot wall, maybe not a geodesic dome. I don't know why they need that. It's something that's going to catch my eye if I was out there, I think. Maybe something more bland, like just a block wall, 3 sides, 4 sides, with no roof, anything like that. And with that, I'll make a motion to leave it with staff and move to approve it, subject to the conditions of staff approval.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Caffrey, second by Mr. Matthews. Any further comment? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Conrad? Ms. Morant? Mr. Matthews?
Aye.
Mr. Grinch?
Aye.
Mr. Schoenberger?
Aye.
Mr. Caffrey?
Aye.
Mr. Klatchko?
Aye, motion carries unanimously. Next item, number 7, TTM 3868, case 3.2283, application by Gary Brown and Weiner for a tentative parcel map to subdivide 7.34 acre parcel into 6 commercial lots and architectural approval for a proposal to construct 13,000, we have a little typo here, 13,100 square foot Social Security building located at the southeast corner of Ramon Road and Paseo Doroteo. That's at 4201 East Ramon Road. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this is an item that has 2 elements to it. One item is a public hearing. The other item is architectural approval. The first item is a subdivision of the property. It's been referred to for many years as the Proctor property. It's on Ramon Road, Paseo Dorotea, Calle Santa Cruz, Calle Parcela. This is one of our elementary schools. In this particular location, they're proposing a subdivision for the site where the proposed building is, 1 additional parcel that fronts Ramon Road that will have no access to Ramon, a access way in the back, and then additional parcels, 4 parcels on on the back with another access easement, so you have access all the way through. Desert Animal Hospital is in that location. Driveways like this with no ingress or egress going to the south. The map meets all of our code requirements relative to lot sizes, configuration. Pretty straightforward subdivision to facilitate the project. The architectural approval item, which is technically not part of the public hearing, but we're going to have you look at them concurrently. This is an office building. The intent is a Social Security office building if they can get the project approved. 1 ingress off of the alignment of Calle de Ricardo, loop parking lot, access way into the building. For customers is this way. They would have another walkway to pick up bus stop. So you'd have the ability for people to come off the bus this way and in, off the street, as well as out of the parking. This is an employee area with an access off the parking. This area would be gated and fenced. The site plan, the landscape plan have been reviewed and recommended for approval. The proposed building in perspective form, this is looking basically from the south to the northeast. Front of the building is located here. Side and rear of the building wrapping around, with this being the courtyard. What they're proposing to do architecturally is and I might get a little bit off on some of the material, but I think I'm on point. Basically would be a tilt-up building with a sandblasted vertical rib, as well as a traditional sandblast on the building. They would have metal shade structure that would be out of Cor-Ten steel, which means it's going to weather and have a very strong statement. And then for wind control and architectural detailing at the entryway, you can see it here, as well as you can't really see it here because it comes out perpendicular to the building. Basically a series of screen panels with some cutouts of Cor-Ten steel, and then the gated area for the employee area would again also be the Cor-Ten steel. This has been to design review 2 or 3 times. It's recommended for approval as it's currently designed. Design review would like to take a look at the working drawings, and there were some issues relative to how they do the footings on these core 10 pieces so that there's area to landscape around it. With that, that completes our staff report. If you have any questions, we'll try to answer them.
Any questions of staff before we open the public hearing? Mr. Grinch?
I have a conflict, so I'll have to abstain.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to address the commission, please come forward at this time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the Planning Commission. My name is Vicki Valenzuela. I'm with Thatcher Engineering and Associates. We are representing Mr. Gary Brown on the item before you. For the record, we have reviewed the staff report and preliminary conditions of approval as drafted by staff and agreed to them as proposed. Also, we'd like to thank the Design Review Committee for all of their efforts on the project. Both the project landscape architect and building architect agree with their suggested amendments. With that, I also have the project engineer and the architect's representative here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Ms. Valenzuela. Anybody else who wishes to address the commission? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Back to commission for comments.
I make a motion to approve item number 7, TTM 30868, subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Schoenberger, second by Mr. Caffrey. Any further comment?
Yeah, I just have a question. The motion you have will bring these recommendations back to design review for the landscaping and whatever, to take a peek at. The only other comment I have is, I'm still trying to, we're dividing this into 2, or those back parcels as well? How many parcels are
The
being
back parcels as well, it would be 6 parcels. Yeah, 6 new parcels, and then Desert Animal Hospital. And what's likely to happen is if they final that map, as developers come on board, now what we can do is work with lot line adjustments.
Well, that's what I was gonna say.
To
the
make
lot
those
lines are
parcels
little
buildable.
squirrely.
It's a very basic subdivision plan.
Okay. So you'll move the lot lines when the other projects come in?
If we need to, then we can do it as lot line adjustments, and you'll approve the projects, and then we'll move the lot lines to match up with projects. It really creates some flexibility, otherwise it's gonna be real hard to market the property.
Have a motion and a second. Nothing further, then roll call vote, please.
Ms. Conrad? Aye. Ms. Morantz?
Aye.
Mr. Matthews?
Aye.
Mr. Schoenberger?
Aye.
Mr. Caffrey?
Aye.
Mr. Klatchko?
Aye, motion carries 6-0 with 1 abstention. Item number 8, case 5.0935, application by the Palm Springs Police Activities League for a conditional use permit for BMX bicycle racetrack to be located on 9.12 acre site at 4575 Mesquite Avenue East. Staff report, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a community project, and I just want to make sure I'm going to do the right one. I've been accused sometimes of council not paying attention.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, this is a community project. The city council has leased the property to the Police Activities League. George Palomares from the police department is the police officer that heads up this group. And what they've done is they've worked with the existing BMX track operator in Cathedral City to take a look at a piece of property that really is ideally suited for this type of land use. The site off of Mesquite Avenue, the extension of Vela Road, wastewater treatment plant located here. The site is owned by the city for future expansion. The wastewater treatment plant, when we built the Tockwitz Creek Golf Course, we came in and pulled a fair amount of earth out of here. So the site is 15 to 20 feet below. You can see the topography. the track would actually set in the bottom of the site. So from Mesquite Avenue, it's approximately 20 feet, Gabriel, as far as the depth. Basically come into the site off of Vela, would have a Phase 1 parking lot. It would be basically a gravel parking lot as an interim, 77 parking spaces. You would be able to bring the bikes and equipment down into the depression area, and then you'd have an area where people could sit on the hills around it and watch the facility. We're recommending Phase 1 be approved with minimal improvements, and that Phase 2 really kicks in trying to bring this up to city code. Let's see if the community project works, see if the Police Activity League can get this rolling. We did send a public hearing notice to everybody within 400 feet. We did double check to make sure that the notice went out to the northwest and touched into the residential neighborhood, and we verified that that did occur. We recommend approval. You have a complete report. We'll try to answer any questions, and George is here, as well as the track operator and the project engineer.
Ms. Morantz?
Yeah, Doug, what happens if maybe 3 years down the road, the wastewater treatment plant wants to expand?
The lease agreement with the Police Activities League would address that. We don't anticipate the wastewater treatment plant expanding in the near term. The technology has changed, and as the commission knows, some of you that have been on for a while, we started with a bricks and mortar expansion of the wastewater treatment plant. We teamed up with U.S. Filter and basically turned it into a bolt-on expansion to take care of the capacity needs. Technology's changed quite a bit. We're probably not going to use all of that area. This would be percolation pond property for the most part, and if we're successful, we're going to use wastewater to irrigate golf courses and parks.
Okay, thank you.
Doug, on the phasing, how is that calendar? Does that come up for review at a certain period in time, or how? I didn't quite understand that from the report.
As I recall, I'd have to sit down. I think we put in a trigger for a review period, just to take a look at it and see how it's working, to kind of validate. And then the phasing, they would come in and propose Phase 2 when they're ready to expand. It's going to take a significant fundraising effort to go into Phase 2.
But is that on a 2-year review from commission, or what?
Yeah, the approval is for 5-year. The lease agreement. But it also says that the planning commission to review it at the end of 5 years.
In other words, they can't extend the lease or go beyond 5 years without coming back to the commission, the city.
We're trying to match it up so it runs concurrently, and if we have operational problems, we wrote in conditions that we could come back and look at it.
All right. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak to the matter, please come forward, give us your name.
I'm George Palomares, police officer in Palm Springs, and I'm the director of the Police Activities League. Reader's Digest version is we asked the kids what they wanted. This was something that was high on the list. The track in Cathedral City is closing. This is going to be about 10 times bigger. And we asked for the least likely to be developed parcel. And through U.S. Filter and the wastewater treatment plant, they said that's the least likely to be used anytime soon. Monero and Smith came together, put our conditional use permit, did all of the work that you see before you as a community service project. The water lines and electricity will be done in the same way, as will be development of it. U.S. Filter is committed to adopting it financially, but we anticipate with physical cash less than $10,000, and the rest is in-kind contributions from the community. We also received a grant that most of our kids are low-income, single-parent family kids that can't afford the traditional youth care that Boys and Girls Club and Youth YMCA can offer. And as a result of that grant allowed us to purchase 10 bicycles that are, they're anywhere from $400 to $600 each. And we're going to be able to just lend them out to kids so no matter what their condition financially, they can participate at no charge.
Thank you.
Sign this.
Marvin Roos, Monero Smith and Associates, basically here to answer any questions. The site was kind of
made for the bowl. The bowl fits the track. This is, again, all bicycles. There's no motorized vehicles, and the kids just race around here at amazing speeds and with amazing energy. And I point out one thing from a long-term planning perspective. This really fits into a project that, or a document that was adopted 20 years ago. It's called the Tockwitz Creek Recreation Plan. And at one time it envisioned the bike paths, the golf course before the golf course happened, the water park. We actually at one point tried to get the miniature golf course near the water park so that that whole area starts working together on the bike paths and everybody can, kids particularly, can get around and envision these kind of uses that would be associated around this core. So kind of all coming together. Again, here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Roos. Anybody else? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Back to commissioners for comments, motions.
Mr. Chairman, I'd move approval of the project as submitted with.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Matthews, second by Mr. Schoenberger.
No, Mr. Grinch.
Mr. Grinch.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question before we vote?
Sure, I thought I heard your voice, but I was looking down. Go ahead,
Thanks.
Mr. Schoenberger.
Doug, when we went through this at our study session, and we talked about this in some detail, and I'm very much in favor of the project, but did we hear anything from any of the neighbors in regard to either to traffic, dust, or lighting?
Yeah, we had a neighbor call and had a few concerns. You know, we've got our one neighbor that you know quite well that's concerned about the dips. He's second house in.
Right.
Very quiet in the neighborhood, and obviously, you know, we sent the notice out, and you had an opportunity for people to say, why did I get this notice last week?
Yeah.
And last week's meeting, by the way, for Mesquite, we sent 600 notices out.
Well,
It's
it's a pretty active neighborhood, so if there were concerns.
If I may say, Mr. Schoenberger, I pulled everybody over. And I asked if they had any problems with it, and
You'll probably, will you be following us out?
it only took 3 times with Marv here, so and we did ask to have the fence energized. However, Doug started hyperventilating. We withdrew that request.
Yes, Ms. Morantz.
Doug, I just have one question. I'm for the project, but I do have a question. Do we have any amenities for porta potties or anything like that? I mean, you did not mention that, and so
Yes.
Yes, okay,
Yes.
that's all, just yes.
And we have park facilities that are within walking distance.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a walk.
A walk.
Short bike.
Yeah, very fast bike ride.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Conrad? Aye. Ms. Morantz?
Aye.
Mr. Matthews? Mr. Grinch?
Aye.
Mr. Schoenberger?
Aye.
Mr. Caffrey?
Aye.
Mr. Klatchko?
Aye, motion carries unanimously.
You'll all have a safe ride home.
Can we borrow the bikes? All right, jumping down on our agenda, if I'm looking correctly, we're down to number 13, case 50845, application by John Sanborn for Conto Partners for architectural approval as part of a final plan development district, 48 single-family residence on 25.01 acres located 1,320 feet east of South Palm Canyon Drive at Aconto.
This is one of the final items on the Plan Development District that you've seen on numerous occasions. We're bringing you the architecture today. Units range in size from 3,600 to 5,400 square feet. For orientation purposes, we have Aconto Drive, and this is the subdivision pattern here. It's 3 separate units that are proposed, each with 3 separate elevations. Materials include smooth stucco, 2-piece clay tile, heavy timbers, other architectural detail. This was reviewed by design review on 2 occasions and approved, I believe, December 10th. A recommendation for approval today. As final plan development district, you will have the opportunity to look at construction documents when those are prepared.
Alex, are there any landscape features that are part of this?
Yes, they are. You've approved those on a previous occasion, and when the construction documents are ready on those, you'll also have the opportunity to review them as part of the final plan development district.
Very good.
Let Jerry make a motion.
Any questions of staff? Mr. Grinch?
I was at design
Ms.
review for
Conrad?
this, so I do think that those trellis elements there in the front that aren't shown here need to come back. Because there was contention about some of them.
Go, Jerry, go.
What's the difference between a detention basin and a retention basin?
An
It
R.
says detention basin.
An R and a D. An R and a D.
I know what detention is. Yeah. Is that where they throw all the kids?
George likes detention.
Mr. Grinch?
Can I make a motion?
You may.
I'd like to recommend approval of the application.
Second.
For architecture approval of final plan development district.
We're not done. We have other items, guys. Are there any other comments or questions?
Is the motion including going back to design review, or are we done with design review?
Approved to submit it.
Yeah, design review, approved.
You don't want to go back to design review?
You don't have to go back.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. You don't have to go back. Item 14, case 30829C, application by the City of Palm Springs for final landscape plan for airport entry roadway, security building located at El Cielo Road, Ramon Road, and Gene Autry Trail. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, there it is. Do you have any questions? This is the this is the next phase of the final development plans for the airport entryway. You've once before approved the preliminary landscape plan. This is the final landscape plan. It's had some refinements, and what I'd like to do is maybe highlight the refinements. The circulation program is established, so don't ask about one ways, two ways, whatever's. It's done. They're designing it. They're going to be ready to build it here shortly. From the standpoint of what you've done, you've approved the canopy. And the changes to this landscape plan, I think the basic concept is still exactly what you saw before. Changes are in this area coming into the secure checkpoint. This had a series of boulders built into it. Now it's just a turfed, sloped area. It was just going to be challenging to maintain, and the feeling was make it simple. You've got a lot of complexity coming in. Make it simple as you start making your transition into the airport, and then you got a lot of landscape and palm trees coming in. Security around the edges, palm trees and boulders. You know, basically what we've done over here at the rental car lot. I think it's worked out really well. Previously, there were large expanses of turf. The airport really can't afford that. We'd be criticized for that much turf if we put it in. Coming back in with a gravel mix that's almost a mauve tone gravel, so it's going to have a little finer look to it. I'm not sure if we still have the sample. Mike Pacino had it for design review. They were very comfortable. It's essentially the same plan with the refinements and details. This is a blow-up of the plan. Mike Pacino's in the audience. Well received by design review. The gravel would be lilac, larger aggregate than this. It'll, you know, in the large expanse areas, it'll probably be upwards of an inch or thereabouts, and some of the more refined areas where it's more intimate, they're probably going to get it down to a smaller size. But design review recommends approval, so does planning staff, and I know the airport staff does. And Mike Pacino and Mike Williams are here if you have any questions.
Are there any questions of the landscape architect?
Wait, question for Mike. Are the roses still there? That Mike.
Very definitely. It's Mike Pacino, and the roses are still there.
Okay.
All right.
Or ground cover rows.
Right. What's your understory under the gravel? You're just going to put them in gravel as a mulch or?
The roses
for
will completely
maintenance or-
cover the ground.
Oh, okay.
They're at a distance, and they'll completely cover the ground. There'll be a rolling mound that'll be totally solid as time goes on, and they're a floribunda rose, which is kind of a mounding, rambling thing.
They are. That's okay.
I knew you'd know that, and it's got a very bright white flower.
Okay.
Please don't take them out.
Okay, thanks.
I'll move approval.
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Caffrey, second by Ms. Morantz. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Seeing none, we'll go on to item 15. Application by Hormuz Ramey for time extension for the restoration and renovation of Spanish Inn. Condition number 6, granted the applicant 6 months from the date of approval for the renovation, June 26, 2002, to complete all improvements. The condition noted that time extensions may be granted as long as the applicant is diligently pursuing completion. Spanish Inn is located at 640 North Indian Canyon. This is continued from January 8th. Staff report, please.
The item before you is an item that you have considered recently in the past. There was a continuance, and we had some time to work with the city attorney following conference in January 6th. On January 6th. There currently is a time extension until February 20th. At the advice of the city attorney, we put together a fairly tight timeline with key milestones set about 30 days apart that bring us to a 6-month extension. Clearly, we have high expectations for the property. We're waiting for the applicant to finish the work. The applicant would like to talk to you in terms of potentially modifying these timeframes. So with that, conclude staff's presentation.
Thank you. I'd invite the applicant or anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this matter to please come forward at this time.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission and staff. Joseph Roman for the applicant. I've just recently gotten involved in this project, and my job is really to move it along so that it can be finished. I know that it's been frustrating and it's taken a long time, but I think it is moving forward in the right direction. There's been a lot of work done recently. I think the time frames that have been suggested are a little unrealistic. I talked to Mike Cassinger, who a few years ago did a comprehensive study of this property, and it's a very challenging project. It's an old property. What I'd like to see is not only the cosmetic improvements, which I think are most important because of how conspicuous the property is, but moving along on the interior remodeling and so on. But what I would like to suggest is that we continue this so that I have an opportunity, I'm only recently involved in this, to perhaps work with staff and come up with a little bit more realistic time frame for completing these items. We have, I think, all the right people involved now. I think this thing is going to move forward a lot more quickly than it has in the past. So I just like a little bit of time to kind of get my bearings, work with staff, and I think we can come up with something that makes sense as far as getting this finished.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to entertain a 2-week continuance, we'll meet with the applicant. I'll just make a very strong public statement. We are tired of wasting our time in meetings with this property. The city manager, his patience is tapped. My patience is tapped. We have meetings that go nowhere. We'll have one more meeting. We've kicked this to the city attorney, and I think the reason Mr. Roman is here is because we're going to ask a judge to knock the building down if they don't get going.
Yeah, and that's what I'd prefer, so I'm going to move that we approve the recommendations in the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. Excuse me, I'll
And
second that.
let me follow up with, this has been a lengthy, troublesome time, and if you've got a lot of effort and come back here and at one of these key deadlines with completion and not excuses, you might find a sympathetic commission to waive a deadline or waive a date. But at this point, frankly, I'd rather them tear it down than to have more meetings, so.
Well, one other thing though, Mr. McBride, who's the architect, is here, and I understand the concerns because I'm buying a house that's almost right next door, so I don't want to see this thing either in the condition it's in. I'm only asking for the indulgence of the commission for a brief period so I can get the thing moving. I know that it hasn't moved. I've watched it for years. But I think if we give them a little bit more time, we can get this finished.
I think you'd get a more sympathetic ear if you brought back some results, key deadlines.
So
Well, I can let Mr. McBride, who had planned to make a few comments about what has occurred just recently as far as progress.
Well, frankly, I'd like to call the question and take a vote.
Before
Thank
you
you
do
for
that,
your
can I just-
comments, Mr. Roman. Excuse me, sir, you haven't been recognized.
All right, thank you. Don't want to be ignored.
Ms. Conrad?
I just want to say that I made a pretty extensive site visit with Mr. Meyerhoff to the property recently. I agree that most everything that has been accomplished to date is purely cosmetic. And I think that I want to say to Mr. Roman that the problem is, or it seems to me that one of the major problems is there's some confusion about what their goal is, and I think they're hung up on their tentative track map, and they don't understand that the building is in imminent danger of being torn down. It does have some significant historic value, particularly the front portion that was the Ambassador Hotel. I understand Mr. Matthews' frustration, because I think it's highly warranted. So they obviously are not understanding, or the ownership is not understanding, that they're not going to get anywhere stuck on the preconception that they have about what they can do at the property. So maybe as a new member of the team, you can communicate that. I don't know.
Well, I
Certainly
think
no
so.
one else has been able to.
I think so. I think that's a distraction, this whole tentative map
It's a
issue.
huge distraction.
And I'm not dealing with that. I just want the building finished. That can be dealt with later.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
We're all tired and everybody's impatient. I think tempers are getting short, but if the gentleman who's waited so patiently wants to make a comment, I would like to hear what he has to say and then act.
Very good, Mr. Schoenberger. Mr. Bride, if you'd like to come forward and make some comments, now would be an appropriate time to do so.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your courtesy in this matter. I'm sorry to have a little outburst, but like you say, been waiting here since 2 o'clock.
What's your name?
It's now 6. We're last on the list. On November 22nd, we responded to a meeting with the city and the planning department concerning our schedule, and we indicated what that schedule would be that we are working towards. And that schedule that they proposed for 6 months allowed 2 years to complete this project. So we propose a schedule, which you have a meeting, a letter probably in your final documents of this. And item project B is that, one, it was going to take 4 months to mobilize from July 11th to November 11th, which we've completed the mobilization period. We are now in the working drawing stage, which is from November 11th to March the 1st. In this particular task here, thank you. They've indicated that they would like to see all these drawings and everything in and completed and approved by April 26th. We're in that time frame of doing that by the engineers and by myself and by other persons. Now, I know if you drive by the Spanish Inn, you will see there is some, I would like to say, significant progress. Yes, a lot of it is cosmetic to try to enhance the neighborhood, and you'll see a great amount of the tile, probably 70 to 70% of the roof tile on. We've had to do things in a piecemeal fashion because you have long lead delivery items and approvals for windows. We had a paint that I submitted in September that was denied by design review. Recently, 1 week ago, 1.5 weeks ago, we had that same color approved. We're now in progress of painting it and getting that taken care of. So I really would like for you to consider the time frame that we have proposed to the Department of Planning and to the city here, that with this 2-year time frame that we have proposed, the execution of construction is the last year and 3 months after drawings are approved and after permits are issued. And the major deficiencies here are items which pertain to the site work and the landscaping, and those items are items which are usually deferred to the end of the project rather than the beginning of the project. So I think there's some misunderstanding here about the clarification of some of these tasks that have got some things out of sequence because you have to do certain things that you have to proceed with prior to doing painting and prior to doing other things. There's a lot of work there. And when you have a project that's been dead for 7 years, it takes a little bit of time to resurrect that project. I happened to work on the Pepper Tree Inn for a year as the architect in Phase 2. Now they have another architect working on Phase 3. That project is now in its 4th year of being rehabilitated, which I think is entirely too long. I think that within 4 to 6 weeks, you're going to see a significant improvement, in particular around the exterior of the building, as our windows have just arrived on last Thursday, and we're in the process of installing them now, which will enable us to do the stucco. And we've done piecemeal stucco work throughout the project because it's been necessary before you could put on the tile roof. So everything is in a piecemeal fashion. But that's soon going to quickly disappear. And in 4 to 6 weeks, Complex B will be completed on the exterior. Now, there's a lot of work that needs to be done with the codes, with the electrical, with the plumbing, with the air conditioning. We're in the progress of getting the permits for those items. So we would appreciate your consideration, because this is a significant landmark in Palm Springs that should be given as much time and devotion as a Pepper Tree Inn is. When my contract was finished with the Pepper Tree Inn, the owner came over, asked me to work on the Spanish Inn. I've been working on this project for a year and 2 months. I had to put it into place about last December. Staff worked with us until we got it to a level of conditions of approval, which were 90 conditions of approval. I accepted all of them, that we will do those items, because that's what was requested of us to do. But as I said, a lot of it is civil engineering, streets, and so forth. And I appreciate staff's patience, and I know that it appears that we have not been diligent in pursuing a lot of the work. Some of that may be true, but in reality, we are trying to commit to getting this project done, and now the owners have invested a significant amount of funds at this stage. And now they're going to have to take more action. And I totally agree with staff in that regard. And I will do all my best, my very best, to motivate that to happen. So this is why we're requesting this extension. We're happy to work with staff in overcoming some of these issues that appear they want on schedule at a certain time frame, but if they will follow the time frame that we have suggested, this project will be finished in 2 years, and you'll be pleased that you allowed it to be finished, because it's really looking good in quite a few of the areas that are piecemeal. Some of them are in the courtyard. Some of them are on the street of Indian Canyon, but it's got to come together and it's got to tie together. And if the owners don't commit to get this moving, I won't be their architect any longer. I care that much about this project. I am really doing this project just because I like the building, because I think it's significant to the city of Palm Springs. So I thank you, gentlemen, for listening to me, and I'm making a commitment to you that I will endeavor to do my best to overcome these obstacles in trying to get the project accomplished and finished.
Thanks for your comments. Staff, I had a question. With regard to the task sequencing, what are the consequences if 1 or 2 or 3, at some point during the sequencing, the applicant fails to complete a prescribed task? What is the procedure?
We'll be in the city attorney's office the next day.
Mr.
And
Chair.
we'll
Yes, Ms.
proceed
Lance?
with
I
everything.
had one question here. I'm looking through all of this, and I'd circled this the other day because I wasn't sure about it. It says here, March 11th, 2003 to July 11th, 2004. Construction items not requiring permits are in progress. I wasn't sure that there's much there that I'm lost when I ask a question about that. I thought that, you need permits to do this. And I mean, did they have permits? Are we?
Is that the McBride letter?
Yes.
Which letter is that, the November 25th?
26th. This one is dated, received
Yes.
November 26, 2002.
There's very little work on site that's exterior or interior that's substantial that can be done without either an approval
Right. Or a permit.
and/or a permit.
Right.
And so, you know,
If this
we're-
leads us all the way into the middle of 2004, I'm not sure I understand what's happening right now. That, you know, maybe in 3 months we'll see something, but if he doesn't have permits, we're not going to see much, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'd just like to ask Doug and Alex, could there be some compromise by leaving the door open if we approve this extension as recommended, and then allow them to come back at February 20th with a revised schedule if staff approves, just to leave the door a crack open for their new team, but, and if staff doesn't choose to amend their schedule, then so be it. That gives them a month for their new team members to look at the schedule, come back with some cogent reasons for what is and is not reasonable.
The only team member that I know of that's new is the attorney,
Mhm.
okay?
You don't think anything's
He's
going to
not,
change?
he's not in the field, he's not doing plans. In all due respect, he's hopefully motivating the client to understand what this means, but he's probably been brought in more protective relative to the fact we're actively going to go to court, and we've been there, and we continue to be there. You know, we will endeavor to keep this on both tracks. And, you know, if you don't keep the timeframe tight on this one, you know, we'll have 8 design review meetings, and we'll look at paint 4 times, window details 2, and we will have accomplished nothing, because they bring it one piece at a time, one item at a time, and not in a comprehensive fashion that gives me an indication that they actually are committed to finish.
Well, and I would just like to say, I'll call for the question and say that it's a historic building, and it's a shame if it's going to have to get torn down because of its ownership.
Sell it.
I echo that, absolutely. So I call for the question.
All right. Nothing, no, ma'am, no, sir.
Call for the question.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Commission work program, may we dispense with that, or are there some specific important items, perhaps scheduling items, I think?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we did, believe we gave you the general plan memo. We're going to talk about briefly, excuse me. Yeah, we gave you the outline relative to the general plan, community participation program. Considering the hour, we'll talk to you at your meeting on February 5, your study session on that, but I'd like you to really take a look at that and, you know, kind of come in on February 5th with your ideas on a community participation program, because we need to report to council fairly quick. And just so you know, anything I give to you, I'm going to give to the council so they can see the progress that we're working on. But that's the update on the work program tonight, Mr. Chairman.
What about, just confirmation, we've got notice of our field trip on the 28th, but we still have the issue of our meeting, whether it's going to take place on the February 11th or February 13th as an alternate to February 12th. Do we get final response on that, or do we have all the commissioners here?
On February 11th, which is Tuesday, we have 4 commissioners that have responded. On Thursday, the 13th, we have 2 that have responded, and I'd just like to apologize. We had told you we'd try to go to the 19th, and then I realized the council has a meeting in the room that same day, and I don't think we're going to be done by 7. You're going to have to, with the Vista Sunrise Project, Desert AIDS Project, you're going to have to bring a dinner. We're going to have a full house, probably overflowing. So that's why we pulled it back up. We just couldn't find a date in that week that would work. So we need direction, either the 11th or 13th, and so far we have 4 for the 11th.
Is there anybody that can't come on the 11th, Tuesday?
I cannot come, I'll be gone that whole week.
You'll be gone for the whole week, so it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
We'll miss you.
Ms. Moran, did you say you cannot come?
No, I said he can't.
Oh, okay.
11th is fine for me.
Well, then that's it then.
All right.
What time will that meeting be?
It'll be a 1:30 meeting. We will only have one public hearing on that item, and we're talking to all the applicants that would normally be on that agenda, and we're just warning them that if we don't get it done between 1:30 and 2, they're going to be here very late. The commission may continue everything after that public hearing. And we're just finishing up. Be right over. We need you. Okay. We're going to, and we're going to encourage you to try to do, your deliberations that night, even if it's late.
All right, so we'll get a prompt start right at 1:30, and we'll just go through the duration. Commission staff report, or city council actions, anything we need to address today on that?
Chairman, I have to go to closed session with council right now.
Thank you very
So,
much.
thank you for a
That's a
very
city
long
council
day.
action.
Two updates on city council items for you. The council took action on the Burnett project, tentative map 30054 in the related plan development district, and the project was approved with the inclusion of gates. The second action of interest to you would be the variance 6456 application by Thomas Flanagan for side yard reductions and rear yard and garage vacation requirement. The appeal was for the side yard requirement. You may recall that the commission required a 3-foot side yard in the area of the covered garage and workshop area. The council directed staff to work with the applicant through the building official to see if there was a way to achieve a zero lot line. We're in process on that. Building official's gone out and taken a look at it and is reviewing the codes to see how it can be configured to work and meet building and fire codes. And that's the updates for this afternoon on
Very good. Commission
council
staff
items.
reports, requests, anything from staff?
Report back on one item. Jack in the Box at Tockwitz and Farrell, they are in the process of reinstalling the trees that were removed. You may have noticed that. It's underway. We were able to get the original plan, and they're going to do an upgrade of the general landscaping as well. So we should have good news for you in 2 weeks.
Great, appreciate your following through. Commission, Mr. French?
Well, first I want to compliment Tracy, because in the study session, she mentioned about the tiles on the project on Alejo, and you guys really jumped on it, got a response. But that brought up another question. Design review beats people up. We pull them through the ringer. It gets approved with conditions. There are design issues that are approved as conditions, whether it's roof tile, whether it's landscaping, whether it's paint. A lot of times it's small details. Time after time, at least as I drive around, I'm into landscape, and I remember what was on the plans. When it gets done, that's not what the product is. The paint color isn't what was approved. The tiles were different because somebody changed them or for whatever reason. Who's responsible for that, Alex? You know, that's a question that I think the building people are looking at constructability, following code issues. They're not necessarily looking at conditions of approval or design issues. You know, that's not in what they have in front of them.
The staff planner on that is usually the one responsible. Sometimes there are changes in colors, or a paint color might not be available. They may do changes at that point. Sometimes the homeowner wants to change something at the last minute. Sometimes those are handled at the staff level. Sometimes they're not picked up. Usually they're picked up, but if you see some in the field, please call them to our attention. Okay. You know, we've trained our staff to diligently review the plans at final inspection, so things do get changed. For instance, was doing a final on the other Jack in the Box this week, and one tree was requested by design review, and we're getting out there for the final, and we found that it wasn't the right tree, so they changed all the trees there as well. So.
Yeah. It just seems that after planning deals with it, we do all this stuff, it goes over to the building side of the house, which does something different, you know. So there's a point where you all have to let it go. So, you know, that just as a comment, I've seen this more than a few times.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms.
Can I
Morales.
follow through and ask another question?
Absolutely.
For example, had Tracy not caught those roof tiles, and the S-curve had gone in when it wasn't supposed to, and it was finished, signed, sealed, and delivered, that means it's over. Is that correct?
They
or-
wouldn't have got approval on the final by the time we got inspection out there. A couple of people actually, Tracy was the first one, a couple other people actually called too. So it takes staff a day or so when we're not in the field to get out there and notice. But it's interesting because I had done the inspection on the first two houses, just taking a look at some other items out there, kind of an interim inspection. And they had used the correct tile on the lower buildings.
Lower level, yes.
And, you know, we're not going to suggest anything went wrong with the exception of maybe just ordering the wrong material.
Okay.
My fear is it would be done, and then they would come back and request relief from that. condition of
That
approval.
was my
It's
question.
waste to
That-
take it off, right?
Yeah,
It's finished, it's done, and
give me a break.
Very good. That's good to note that, and we'll follow through at another time as well. Thanks for a long meeting and your hard work. We'll see you next week.